Yeah, that's Ricky Clark. Yep. And the guy behind him, that's TD. Tony Davis. He played right.
1-2, 1-2.
It's time to crank up some football. Bethune-Cookman Wildcat Sports is on the air. Head coach Raymond Woody Jr. has the Wildcats fired up and ready to go.
It's all about the technique, fundamentals, attention to detail.
The players are locked in.
The standard, being smart, fast, physical, and aggressive, that's something that we live by every day.
And the crowd is on their feet.
It's go time.
It's time to send it to the field with the voice of the Wildcats, Mike Torello, on the CatEye Radio Network.
Bethune-Cookman University Athletics was supposed to make the leap to the Southwestern Athletic Conference in the 2020-21 school year after a 41-year run in the MEAC. Of course, the 2020 season would end up being canceled. One of the opponents that BCU football had on the schedule for that year was the Arkansas Pine Bluff Golden Lions, a team that the Wildcats had not faced since sweeping a home-and-home series in 2004 and 2005. Now, 5 years later and 20 years since they last took the field against them, UAPB is the last team in the SWAC that BCU has not played a conference game against. That changes today on homecoming in Daytona Beach. Live from Larry Kelly Field at Daytona Stadium in beautiful Daytona Beach, Florida. Today's broadcast of Bethune-Cookman University football on the CatEye Radio Network and 1380 WELE. The Cat is on the air. Hello and a very warm welcome. My name is Michael Torello. Happy to have your company as BCU football looks for their first homecoming football win since 2018. I'm joined in the booth by former Bethune-Cookman football player Daryl Natile. Daryl, last time out the Cats beat a Southern team they'd never beaten before. Now they'll try to keep the momentum going against the team they've never lost to.
Momentum, that's the big thing. The Cats have won three in a row at home here in the jungle since last season.
4 in a row.
4 in a row.
Yeah.
These young kids are believing right now. We have the momentum we have not seen in almost 15 years here in Wildcat football. So this afternoon, big homecoming crowd, the pageantry, the color. Look for the Cats to get a fast start against Arkansas Pine Bluff.
BCU football was on a bye week last Saturday, but the last time the Maroon and Gold stepped onto the football field, both sides of the ball were firing on all cylinders to defeat the Southern Jaguars 45-14 and move to 3-4 overall and 2-1 in SWAC play. Southern actually opened the scoring with a 71-yard touchdown pass on their first play from scrimmage, marking the third BCU game in a row that's happened. The Wildcats scored long touchdowns on the first play against both Alabama schools. BCU tied the game on a Cam Ransom rushing touchdown at the end of the first, got 14 more unanswered in the second, and never looked back from there. In a game that featured maiden college rushing touchdowns for freshmen Rashawn Brown and Juan Dominguez, the highlight for me was the Bethune-Cookman defense, who had struggled so far this season, clamping down the Jags, holding their potent rushing attack to just 65 total yards, and SU as a whole to just 7 points before a late fourth quarter score. Daryl, we've had a week to digest the Southern performance. What are your takeaways from that game?
Well, you know, my keys were to get off the field on third down, and we did that 6 consecutive times. You saw the defense put some wrinkles in. You saw them move pre-snap and hit some of those gaps. Let's look for the defense to develop even more this week against a team that likes to run and throw the football. I think the Cats right now kind of got on a roll. I think we finally got the momentum, and I think we're finally playing Wildcat football.
I caught up with head coach Raymond Woody Jr. before practice on Thursday to talk about the advantages of the bye week, the win against Southern, and how they are planning to tackle UAPB. I'm here with Coach Woody before the Wildcats take on Arkansas Pine Bluff, the second to last home game of the season. Coach, coming off a bye week, how important was it to get some rest, some time for some guys to heal up? I know we've been dealing with some injuries, especially in the running back room.
It was really good. You know, the guys caught up on their schoolwork, had an opportunity, you know, to get healthy and then spend a little extra time, you know, with their coaches and just getting to know them a little better. A lot of these guys have situations that, you know, we all don't know about. So, you know, just to spend some time just away from football was good, but we still focus on the details that we need to focus on.
Talk about the Southern game. I mean, that's the first time really since you've been here that you've controlled a SWAC game from start to finish. How did you feel?
Well, I felt great. I mean, the guys and the coaches did well preparing the players, you know, to play a complete game. You know, when you play well on offense, defense, special teams, you know, that's a plus.
Arkansas Pine Bluff coming up. One, it's homecoming. We know how important homecoming is here. And two, they got a dual threat quarterback, hurt you in multiple different ways on offense. Got a couple of tall receivers out there. What's your plan of attack on both sides of the ball?
Well, we're just going to do what we do. You know, we want to execute our technique and fundamentals, and then obviously if we do that, everything else will work itself out. You know, just being smart.
The run defense feels like took a step to me last week. What was your thought about that?
Yeah, I mean, you know, we real intentional on making sure we stop the run, and I thought that those guys responded.
Thank you, Coach. Good luck this week.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
It's funny how one change can affect the trajectory of an entire football program. Since elevating Dante Pimpleton to offensive coordinator over the summer, the BCU offense has made massive jumps in the FCS rankings, from 117th and 112th over the last 2 years to 22nd in the nation in total yards, also jumping from over 100 to top 30 in rushing yards, passing efficiency, and third down conversions. The Wildcats have scored 35 or more points in 5 straight games, with 40-plus in 3 of those. Cam Ransom sits third of the SWAC with 1,131 passing yards, and he's second in passing touchdowns with 12. His favorite target, Malik Huggins, actually leads all SWAC receivers with 608 yards and is second in receiving touchdowns with 6. Javon Ross is second on the team with 428 yards and 2 touchdowns, and Lorenzo Jenkins has 236 yards and has found the end zone twice as well. The Cats have a deep running back room, so even with their top 2 rushers, Marquis Johnson and Kamani Robinson, out against Southern, they still rushed for 227 yards and 4 touchdowns. Ali Scott Jr. is currently second on the team with his hard-charging power back style nabbing him 280 yards and a team-high 3 rushing scores as well. Daryl, what has gone right for the BCU offense so far this year, and what will it take to continue that today?
Those unheralded guys up front, the offensive line has been splendid the last 3 games. They've opened up holes. They've given the quarterback time to pass. They've been the unsung heroes. If we can continue to click on the offensive line, we got some good young running backs, man. These kids are phenomenal with our running backs. And if we can continue to block well, you'll see the Cats continue to put up points. We can throw the football, but we can also run. We're so balanced. You saw us have 251 yards in one game and 251 yards passing and rushing. So a balanced attack is the key.
We'll talk about it at the end of the pregame show when we get to the opponent report. But if we can't run the ball today, we're doing something wrong against this Arkansas Pine Bluff
this
team.
team is ranked well. We'll talk about it.
Yeah. The theme for my player interviews this week was impact freshmen. So I sat down with running back Rashawn Brown, who scored his first career touchdown against Southern 2 weeks ago. I'm joined by Rashawn Brown here on the Wildcat pregame show as we get set for homecoming against Arkansas Pine Bluff. Rashawn, got to think back. It's been off after a bye week, but you got to walk me through that first college touchdown against Southern 2 weeks ago.
Man, it was just the D-line, you know, I liked it, our O-line versus those guys. I love our O-line. They some powerful dudes, big dudes. They love me, man. I just run behind those guys, put my trust in those guys. They going to lead me to the promised land.
How has it been staying ready behind a couple of the backs, Kamani and Marquis, and just waiting for your moment and finally taking that opportunity?
Yeah, man, we just competing, man. It's a friendly competition. They my brothers, but we all competing to play. We all know what we could do. We all feel like we could contribute to the team in a positive way.
What's it like scouting the Pine Bluff defense this week? What are you looking forward to?
I'm looking forward to have a great game. I'm not big on the worrying about what the other team doing. I'm really focusing on myself. But of course, we're watching film and preparing well for those guys. But it's more of a what I'm doing to prepare for the game.
As a freshman here at BCU, it's your first homecoming week. You excited to see all the pageantry, the parade, the big crowd, everything like that?
Yeah, I can't wait. I can't wait. I heard there'll be a lot of people there. I can't wait, man, to the HBCU homecoming, man. Bethune, I heard there'll be a lot of people there.
Appreciate your time. Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
I'm joined by Rashawn Brown. While the defense did have a great game against Southern, they're going to need to back that performance up several times over to overcome a rough start to the season. We still rank 10th in the SWAC in points allowed at 36.1 and last in yards allowed, 444.7 per game, and have struggled to contain dual-threat quarterbacks like Andrew Body and Ryan Stubblefield. And with another dual threat across the line of scrimmage this week in Christian Peters, the Cats will have to lock in once again. Antoine Watts leads the team in tackles and is top 5 in the conference with 50 on the year. Steven Sparrow is a fair ways back with 36, with 3 tackles for loss and 2 sacks. Our most disruptive backfield force is Cornelius Brown with 5 tackles for loss, and Gabe White has been locking down the secondary with 6 passes defended and 2 picks. Johnny Harris, Naeem Lassiter, and Matthew McKenzie also have takeaways from the Maroon and Gold, with Lassiter taking one back to the house against Edward Waters. My defensive player interview this week continues the theme of standout freshmen. It's defensive lineman Lawan Lurie Jr. I'm here with Lawan Lurie before the Wildcats take on Arkansas Pine Bluff for homecoming. Lawan, let's talk about the Southern game 2 weeks ago. I know that Coach Woody really talked about defending the run, stopping the run, especially with Trey Hawley coming in as this vaulted running back, and you guys took care of business. What was that game like for you?
Yes, sir. It was really experience, just hard work and everything, just keep putting in the dedication, and we came out with a victory as a team.
How's it been like working with this BCU coaching staff as you're just getting used to college football and getting used to this program?
It's going great. Every day putting in the hard work, just being disciplined, just keep listening, learning the playbook, and then, we come out with victories.
Coming up against Arkansas Pine Bluff, they got a dual-threat quarterback that you got to worry about in Christian back there. What do you do differently to attack a dual-threat quarterback versus a pocket passer?
During the dual-threat quarterback, I just stay focused in the game, keep my mindset on the play, and, just guard on the top, go get money.
Talk about your fellow D linemen and what's it been like working with them.
All of them are great. We got a brotherhood together. We call it the creatures. So, we every game we coming out to the top.
Appreciate your time. Good luck this week.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you.
As the BCU band finishes up its performance of the Star-Spangled Banner, you can hear how windy it is at Daytona Stadium today. The wind whipping right to left across your radio dial as we get you set for Bethune-Cookman football against Arkansas Pine Bluff. Darryl, let's talk about the defense, right?
Okay.
Because it was good against Southern. We had a good performance, but then again, Southern wasn't the best and well-coordinated offensive team. They hurt themselves with penalties. What does it need to do to take the next step today? Because we're going to face a team, yes, their record isn't great, and we'll get to that in a second, but they can move the ball and they can put up points with anybody.
Okay, what you saw last week was you saw the Cats put in position for their strengths. You saw kids, playing in positions that they normally didn't play in. You saw the defensive ends, checking down on the backside. We didn't get those backside gashes that we normally get. I think the defense has really been focused since the Alabama State game, and let's see if that continues this week. You're putting guys in where their strengths are. Our linebackers are fast, but they're small. They made plays 2 weeks ago. So put those kids in position where they can play.
Bethune-Cookman has not won on homecoming at Daytona Stadium since toppling Mississippi Valley 41-27 in 2018. To reverse that trend, they'll have to continue their undefeated record against Arkansas Pine Bluff. Let's learn more about the Golden Lions on the homecoming edition of the Opponent Reports. 2 out of the 3 wins for the Golden Lions have come against non-Division I programs, including a 79-10 homecoming win over Westgate Christian, a school that belongs to neither the NCAA or NIIA, but rather the New South Athletic Conference, an independent collegiate conference featuring primary Christian schools. Their lone D1 win came against Alcorn State 24-20 in the Southern Heritage Classic in Memphis. The Golden Lions enter play today off a 20-16 loss to Grambling State at home a week ago, with the Tigers taking a lead late on an 11-play, 65-yard touchdown drive with under 2 minutes left. UAPB sits 6th in offense and 7th in defense at the SWAC rankings at 26.3 points per game to 31 allowed. Eliminate the wins against Lincoln, California, and Westgate, however, and the Golden Lions average just 13 points a game and allow 39. The Golden Lions rank near the middle of the SWAC in both rushing and passing offense, rushing for 161 yards per game and passing for 211 with 9 touchdowns and 9 picks. Graduate quarterback Christian Peters has completed 53% of his passes with 8 picks. Junior running back Jalen Jennings averages 70 yards per game with 7 touchdowns on the year. UAPB fields the worst rushing defense in the conference, allowing over 210 yards per game on the ground with 13 scores. They have been formidable against the pass, though, sitting 4th in the league, allowing under 200 yards per game with a SWAC high 9 interceptions on the year. No Golden Lion has more than 1 interception, though. Junior linebacker Denarius Hilliard leads UAPB with 41 tackles, 3 tackles for loss, 2 forced fumbles, and 2 pass breakups. As the Wildcats get ready to run through the band and onto the field, we hear from our sideline reporter, Sabrina Petit-Home, as she caught up with the defensive line coach to go through the keys to the game.
What's up, Wildcats? I am Sabrina Petit-Home here at CatEye Network, and it's homecoming here at the Larry Kelly Stadium. We're going to introduce you to keys to the game with Coach Coley. Coach Coley, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Wonderful. So let's talk about homecoming. How are you expecting the team to feed off of the energy of the alumni and friends here today?
I think the guys are ready to go. They've been excited with all the alumni coming back for this week. They had a great week of practice. I think the guys going to do very well today.
Wonderful. So let's talk about the amazing, impressive win against Southern and a bye week. How are we expected to keep that momentum going to assure a win against UAPB?
It started at practice. I think the guys brought the energy early in the morning. They love the music in the morning, so I think the guys fought every single period, every single practice this week, so I think the guys can do really well.
Sounds great. Let's talk about the impeccable D-line. You guys have been a force, a wall to reckon with. How are they going to continue to keep protecting the Wildcats today?
It's all about the leadership. I think the guys up front have a really good leader, and A.J. Hall, they come out to practice every day, making sure the standard is to make the main thing the main thing. So we just got to keep it up every week, every day, and no slacking.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Coach Coley. You guys heard it here today. Welcome to the Keys to the Game.
Thank you, Sabrina. That's all we're going to hear from Sabrina today. She's going to enjoy homecoming, and we're not going to get any sideline or post-game reports from Sabrina. But she'll be back next week for the Mississippi Valley game. The Wildcats are getting ready to run through the tunnel to listeners' right, through the Wildcat head. They are wearing gold helmets today with a throwback, old-timey Wildcat logo. Is it the same logo that you wore, Daryl, back in the day?
Yeah, back in the day.
And black jerseys to honor the Black Rose. They've got a nice 150 Rose logo on the back of the helmet as well, and white pants. UAPB black helmets, white jerseys, white pants with a black shoulder and gold stripes running down the side, black numbers for UAPB, as well as here they come out the left-hand tunnel onto the field. The Arkansas Pine Bluff Golden Lions sitting at 3-4 on the season, as here come the Wildcats. In front of Darryl, a packed homecoming crowd today.
This place is going to be swole. I'm looking across right now. There are people coming from the shuttle area by the thousands, man. This place, the home side is almost sold out. This place will be completely full. When you're winning football and it's a beautiful weather and it's homecoming, you can expect a capacity crowd here.
It is beautiful weather.
Absolutely.
If you're listening from further afield. 85 degrees, partly cloudy skies, not a chance of rain. Completely different from last time we were out here where it was cold and rainy and windy. Today it's a beautiful day for college football on the east coast of Florida. That means that the home side is pretty much full already. And the visitor side, which is mostly full up with middle school and high school marching bands for College Band Day. There's a bunch of people still making their way in. There's still lines of cars waiting to get in the parking lot. It's going to be an amazing game. That's the referee. Mic check. Now we're just stalling before we get ready to go. About a minute left on the clock on the scoreboard here as we get set for Arkansas Pine Bluff against BCU on homecoming. A reminder that the Wildcats have not won on homecoming since 2018. But as I was talking to Bryce about the other day, Darryl, we haven't scheduled light for homecoming either. A lot of these schools schedule your Lincolns or your Virginia Lynchburgs or what have you for homecoming. Westgate Christian, Arkansas Pine. We had Jackson State last year. The year before that, I think we had Alabama State. So it was no easy homecoming games for the Wildcats. This may be, on paper, the most winnable one so far since they've joined the SWAC, but you still got to go out there, compete for four quarters, and win the game.
Yeah, the game is played on the field, but, you know, you talked about a stat earlier. Their quarterback has 8 interceptions, and looking at the teams that they've played some teams that have pressure defense, and so you get some pressure on the quarterback this afternoon. You can force some errant throws, and the Cats feed off momentum, so look for the defense to continue again this week, putting pressure on that quarterback.
Yeah, the Golden Lions have played Texas Tech, Central Arkansas, Lincoln, California was their first win. They beat Alcorn State in the Southern Heritage Classic. Then they lost to Texas Southern, beat Westgate Christian, and lost to Grambling State. For the Wildcats, they lost to Florida International at Miami, who's still in the top 5 in the FBS. South Carolina State, a shootout, then wins against Edward Waters, Alabama A&M, a loss to Alabama State, and then a win against Southern before their bye week. If you hear thunder on the broadcast, no, that's not the thunder. That's just the marching band going by our microphone position down on the field.
And they're right up under us, too.
We are just waiting for television now. 15 minutes on the first quarter clock. It's the Wildcats and the Golden Lions for the first time since 2005 and the first time as SWAC opposition.
Yeah, the last 2 times we played these guys, we were in the MEAC. I remember us going there to open up their brand new stadium, and we left 4 days early because of a hurricane.
So the 2 games, right? The Wildcats won 24-17 in Pine Bluff. That was that aforementioned game. And then they came here in 2005, and we won 31-17.
Yeah.
There's plenty of other SWAC action to sink your teeth into this week. Florida A&M is at Southern. Prairie View has their homecoming against North American. Alcorn against Valley. The Alabama schools face off in the Magic City Classic, and Jackson State is at Grambling State. We'll have all of that for you on the Around the SWAC segment at halftime and in the second half. The Wildcats are going to receive the opening kick. So here we go. Kicking off is Trey Glimp, the senior out of Alpharetta, Georgia. He puts the ball in the air. It's a short one that lands at the 30, fielded by the up man on the right-hand side, breaking past to the 40, cutting it back near side to the 50, has a caravan to the 40, and down to the 35-yard line of Arkansas Pine Bluff. What a start for the Cats.
Great return that time. We had an all-hands team in. All running backs and defensive backs were in the game. They had a little pooch kick. I was looking for him to fair catch that thing, but that looked like Rodriguez, right?
It was Rodriguez, the running back.
Chino Rodriguez, the freshman from Norland, he looks like he's ready to play. First and 10 for the Cats.
Let's see who they send out as the running back. It is Ali Scott Jr. The coaching staff was non-committal as to whether or not Kamani Robinson and Marquis Johnson will be back. I see them both dressed on the sideline.
It's by committee. All those guys can run the football.
Here we go. First and 10 from just inside the UAPB 35-yard line. First play from scrimmage. Cam sends Javon Ross in motion. Play action. He'll drop back. Step up in the pocket, and he's going to be sacked all the way back at the 46-yard line. That's a 15-yard sack. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, they're going to bring pressure because they don't want us to throw the football against them. That time, that was a twist right up by the center, and he came through clean, and Cam lost, 5-7 yards on the play.
No, more than that. Deron Moore, the junior transfer from Duquesne, made the tackle. So now it'll be second down and 18 after a loss of 8 yards, all the way back at the 42-yard line. Cam, handoff, Scott, bounces it right, runs straight into Moore again, and he is shot off like a cannon, Deron Moore. He has a sack and a tackle for loss in 2 snaps.
Nowhere. They're fired up now. They're a good bunch of football players too on that side. So it's going to be a tough battle down there in the trenches.
They're going to fight. We got to get out early and break their will. Right now it's 3rd and 18. We out of field goal range. We got to get at least 10 to 15 here. Offsides, free play. Cam rolling left, going to take a shot down the left-hand sideline. It is incomplete.
No flag.
Over the head of Josh Evans. He was one-on-one with Amirion Mingo.
Did they throw a flag on the play? I don't see a flag on the field. It's 4th down.
Wow, I thought 100% that Isaiah Jones, the nose tackle, jumped off sides.
We're going to punt.
Wow. So the Wildcats start at the Arkansas Pine Bluff 34-yard line and go backwards 9 yards and punt. Unbelievable. And for the first time in 3 weeks, here's Max Tulin. He didn't punt at all against Southern 2 weeks ago. He stands back at his own 45 looking to pin the Golden Lions deep. Kareem Burke is back for punt return for Arkansas Pine Bluff. Tulin rolls left, rugby-style kick. That's going to go well into the end zone. And that's really only about 15 yards net on the punt.
He has the wind behind his back, so he has to remember that.
Ruling on the field to touchback.
That's unfortunate start for the Cats. That's after that opening return, I thought we were going to be in business, but
their defense stiffened up, and it's going to be a battle.
So now we'll see the Arkansas Pine Bluff offense coming onto the field, led by their dual-threat quarterback, Christian Peters, thrown for 1,216 yards, 7 touchdowns, 8 interceptions. Also carried the ball 45 times for 131 yards on the season. Wildcats in a 4-man front from the 20-yard line going left to right is Pine Bluff. They'll hand the ball off inside trap. Steven Sparrow is there. That's only a 1-yard carry. Nice tackle by Sparrow and A.J. Hall.
You know, Sparrow has played big in that linebacker position. Even though he's undersized, he plays larger than what he is in that linebacker position in the middle.
Sparrow had maybe the best play of the game against Southern, where he had that 4th and 1 stop when he shot back there and got the stop for a loss of 2.
No, he's 6 foot, 220 pounds out of Jones High School in Orlando.
2nd down and 9 after a 1-yard gain for Pine Bluff. That was Jalen Jennings on the rush. They'll bring Kareem Burke in motion.
Fumble.
Oh, as a fumble on a jet sweep. They're going to call it an incomplete pass.
So it's going to be 3rd down.
They tried to shovel.
Incomplete pass.
They tried to shovel it to Kareem Burke, who was in motion right to left across the formation, and Burke dropped the ball.
3rd down.
And now it's 3rd down and 9.
Got to get off the field on 3rd down. That's one of the keys right here.
From the 21-yard line, Wildcats need to get off the field here on 3rd down. The Wildcats' 3rd down percentage on defense, they're allowing 48.2%. That's not very good. They bring the tight end, Jackson Isaac, in motion to the left-hand side. Now Peters faces the pressure, rolls left, in trouble, tries to escape, has a lane, far side of the 25, and Steven Sparrow runs him down. What a play by Sparrow. I
talked about the speed of our linebackers. Sparrow was actually mirroring him from the linebacker position. If it were the quarterback win, he win. He ran him down short of the 1st down, so it's 4th down.
I thought that Peters was going to get that because he cut back to the far side. Steven Sparrow flexing as he comes off the field. But he cut back to the far side and looked like wrong-footed Sparrow, who was kind of leaning back on his heels. But Sparrow, man, chased him down.
Yeah, he's mirroring the quarterback. They got a spy on the quarterback this afternoon.
Malik Huggins back to receive the Zach Widener punt. I got a pretty interesting stat about Zach Widener as he punts this one away. Gonna let it bounce near the 40, gonna pop straight up in the air and be downed at the 38-yard line, so that's where the Wildcats will take over. Zach Widener had the longest punt in all of Division I last week, a 78-yard punt against Grambling State.
He must have got a good roll.
As we'll go to a first media timeout. Wildcats back on the ball. Both teams go 3 and out on their first possessions. This is Bethune-Cookman University football on the CatEye Radio Network and 1380 WELE.
Red shirt belonged down that end. Now she's running. She's on the wrong side.
Back at Daytona Stadium, it's Bethune-Cookman 0, Arkansas Pine Bluff 0 after the first media timeout. 11:55 to go in the game, and, well, it's all defense all the time, Daryl, from two teams that's defenses aren't very good on paper.
You know, they're filling each other out. Both teams come out aggressive on defense. I think we matched their energy right here. We need to put some points on the board quickly here to kind of break their will.
Rashawn Brown is in at running back. He got his first collegiate touchdown 2 weeks ago against Southern before the bye week. He was my pre-game interview on the offensive side. He's to the right hip of Ransom in the gun, receivers 2x2. Wildcats will start at their own 38-yard line. Cam back to pass, throws in the flat to Evans, who's hit hard and dropped the ball. Incomplete pass at the 41-yard line, so 2nd and 10.
They have a great secondary. You know, they lead the conference at 9 interceptions, and that guy came up and made a hard hit because he had the reception. He just knocked the ball free.
Christian Gamage on the hit that time. Cam keeps up the middle, gets bulldozed, and maybe gets 2 yards up to the 41. The Wildcats just cannot figure out this defense yet. And you know, with such a big crowd out here for homecoming, Daryl, they are ready to go nuts. You got to give them a reason to.
Yeah, we give them a reason. You know, we're coming off an open week. We got to get our energy going here.
It's 3rd down and 8 already for the Wildcats, and their own 41 going right to left. They're still in the negatives as you hear the wind whipping past our microphones here at Daytona Stadium. Cam takes the snap. Here comes the blitz. He throws it to the far side. Javon Ross makes the catch at the 50. Breaks the tackle at the 45. Still going. Slips to another one at the 30, at the 35-yard line, and pushed out of bounds on the sideline. Javon Ross moves the chains on 3rd and 8.
Look, curl route for Bon Bon. Bon Bon broke 2 tackles, tiptoed down the sideline, picked up the first down. Cats moving.
Remember last week early in the game where the Wildcats broke it open? They completed a bunch of 3rd and longs.
Yeah. You got to throw those short routes in front of the linebackers and the DBs, man.
3 receivers right, single left. That one is Josh Evans. Cam hands the ball off They'll just go right up the A gap and push the ball forward for about 4 yards.
We'll take that. We'll take the 4 yards.
Again, if you're averaging 4 yards a carry, you're getting a first down every time.
And it softens up the linebackers, too, for the pass.
That was Rashawn Brown on the carry. Brown last week, 12 carries, 81 yards, averaged 6.8 yards per carry with a touchdown. Ross comes in motion. Jet sweep to Ross. Can he turn the corner near side? He can at the 30, and he's out of bounds at the 21-yard line. That's a first down BCU.
That play looked a little bit, the timing looked off. Bonbon kind of grabbed the ball away from Cam, but the blocking was there. He turned the corner, picked up the first down.
That was the same play that Pine Bluff tried on their first drive and missed because the quarterback dropped the ball. Cam now alone in the gun. 4 receivers in a diamond formation on the right-hand side. Wildcats in the red zone. Cam gets a block around the right-hand side, lowers his shoulder at the 18-yard line, and gets back to the original line of scrimmage, pushed out by Deron Moore.
That was a weird-looking play that time. I think the timing is just off just a little bit. We got to get a good sweat. The timing is just a tad off on the offense.
No gain on that play. 2nd down and 10. Wildcats are at the 18-yard line of Arkansas Pine Bluff.
And their guys are huffing and puffing going off the field.
UAPB, their nose tackle Isaiah Jones and defensive tackle Vaughn Highland both out right now. They trundle off the field. Crawford and Banks will replace them on the inside of that defensive line. 2 by 2. Here comes pressure from the backside. Cam feels it, throws underneath on a tunnel screen to Ricky Shaw. He breaks out of a tackle at the 11-yard line and is pushed out of bounds on the near sideline. Cam took a big lick after completing that pass. It's going to be close to a first down, but not quite enough. 3rd down and 3 coming up from the 12-yard line. Oh, wow, they spotted that ball all the way back at the 13.
Yeah.
So now 3rd down and 4.
Yeah, they're coming at Cam. He's like he got a little lick there after the play.
Yeah,
they're coming after him.
They're sending Moore on that linebacker spot, out of the weak side linebacker spot on the blitz, pretty much every other play. 3rd down and 4 now for the Wildcats. They're at the 13-yard line. Cam takes the snap. Here comes the blitz again. Quick pitch over the middle. That pass is complete to Ross.
Got it. You got the first down.
And they got it at the 8-yard line. That's a great little pitch and catch.
Good-looking route for Bonbon, too. He knew just where the sticks were. He ran right to the 6 and turned around and fell forward for the first down.
But he had a defender, Quentin Sterling, draped all over the back of him, but he still made the catch.
Good-looking play, too, by Cam just to toss that thing in there.
And the Wildcats have been smart, right? They've responded to the early blitzing pressure from Arkansas Pine Bluff, and they've gone with the quick passes.
That's Coach Pimpleton's ammo. You know, he takes what you give him.
They bring in the big tight end, Miles Morales, on the right-hand side now. 3 receivers right, single left with Morales the slot. They hand it off to Brown. Stretch play to the left. The blocking is there. Going for the corner. Lowering his shoulder down at the 1. Rashawn Brown close to his 2nd college touchdown. It only took the shoulder of Quentin Sterling that tackled him at the 1-yard line. 2nd and goal.
That time the offensive line blew off the football, opened up a crease for him. Just a guy slipped through in the seam, made the tackle at the 1.
2nd and goal from the 1. Wildcats trying to take the lead with 7.5 to go, first quarter. Brown still in there at running back. Wildcats trying to change the play. And we might have to call a timeout here as there's 15 seconds left on the play clock. Everybody's confused. Cam waving Javon Ross all the way around. One-on-one matchup on the far sideline. That's Josh Evans. Now Ross comes in motion. Wild snap. Cam dives for the goal line. He's down at the 1. There is a flag on the play.
Illegal motion on us. You're going to back it up.
Yeah, there was so much pre-snap motion. I think we should have called a timeout there.
I think we do better if we back it up. I don't like the shotgun from the 1-yard line. I like to be on the center. Offside. They call offside.
Wow.
So after this penalty, it's a 2nd down.
The timing still looks off on their offense.
Yeah, I don't like it. I mean, I guess we got a little bit lucky there. That was Elijah Jenkins, the defensive end, that jumped off sides that time for Arkansas Pine Bluff. So now 2nd down and goal from the 1. Now we're in the pistol formation. Cam runs up underneath, takes the snap.
Touchdown.
Here's the tush push. It's a touchdown, Bethune-Cookman. Touchdown, maroon and gold. Rashawn Brown pushes.
Ruling on the field, a touchdown.
Cam Ransom over the pile, and the Wildcats take the first quarter lead.
I really don't like when Cam sticks that ball over the goal line. You know, we've seen him do that against South Carolina State and a couple other teams, and he fumbled it. But this time, he went over the goal line, then brought it back on the tush push.
So it's not the don't push my tush.
It's not don't push my tush this time.
That was a funky-looking play because they lined up in the pistol, and then Cam sprinted forward under center, and Brown just pushed him over the top.
I like to be on the center when you're on the 1 yard line.
Are you a tush push in favor or not? Because I think they should. I think it should be illegal. Here's the extra point. It is good from Juan Dominguez.
Well.
And with 6:52 to go in the first quarter, the Wildcats lead 7-0. We got a media timeout. So we'll hold that thought, and we'll come back and get our thoughts on the tush push as the Wildcats lead the Golden Lions of UAPB here on Homecoming on the CatEye Radio Network and 1380 WELE. Back at Daytona Stadium, it's the Wildcats 7, the Golden Lions nothing with 6:52 to go in the first quarter. The Wildcats have a 10-play, 61-yard drive, ending in a Cam Ransom 1-yard touchdown run. So we left on a cliffhanger, Daryl. Where do you stand on the tush push?
Well, I got two opinions. My first opinion is I like it because I'm an offensive guy, and I like to see them pushing the running backs forward for extra yardage and the offensive lineman coming in, pushing the runner. But I don't like it because the Philadelphia Eagles are the ones who do it, and I'm a Dallas Cowboys fan.
I am against it. And our producer Larry, who's talking to me in the breaks, he's in favor. I'm against, and you're kind of neutral. So we've run the gamut there.
Thank you, Larry.
Wildcats will kick off back to the Golden Lions up 7-0. Here is the Dominguez kickoff. He's kicking off with the wind, but that backspin is going to take it to the goal line, and it's going to be fair caught by Arkansas Pine Bluff. That's a good decision because the blocking really wasn't there as they'll come out to the 25.
And there's nothing extracurricular going on that kick.
And this Arkansas Pine Bluff team, I mean, they can kick return, right? Kareem Burke, who's back there, 144 yards on 6 returns with a touchdown, averaging 12.9 yards per punt return and 24 yards per kick return. I mean, he can run.
He's a transfer, too, from Florida A&M, so you know he can play.
All right, here we go. Wildcat defense back out on the field. 1st and 10 for Arkansas Pine Bluff. This is their second drive. They went 3 and out on their opening drive of the contest. At the 25-yard line, going left to right. Kareem Burke goes in motion to the left-hand side. That puts 3 receivers on there and none to the near side right. Christian Peters, the quarterback, the graduate student, hands the ball off up the middle. That's Jalen Jennings. He got nada, zip, zero, zilch as the Wildcats push him back.
The Cats slanted to the right, and they ran that play right into the teeth of the defense, and the Wildcats forced a loss on the play. It's going to be second and about 11 or 12.
Yeah, that's a great, again, we talked about the defensive line in pregame.
They're still playing ball since the Southern game.
A.J. Hall and Steven Sparrow have already both made good plays. That was a complete defensive effort to wall up Jennings that time. Jennings is the leading rusher for Arkansas Pine Bluff with 492 yards and 7 rushing touchdowns already on the season. But he's going to go out into the pass pattern on the left-hand side. Peters looks that way. The pass is batted up in the air and caught at the 25, pushed back to the 23. It's going to be a 2-yard loss on the pass. It was caught by Chris Hicks Jr., the junior out of East L.A. College, and that was a match
That
hands
was
play.
dangerous. That ball was in the air, and a lot of black jerseys around it. Only white jersey was the guy who caught it.
For a half second, I thought the Wildcats were going to pick it off. 3rd down and 10 now, as they did give him forward progress back to the original line of scrimmage.
You got double slot receivers this time. Let's see what the quarterback does. He likes to run it, too, when he's happy feet.
We'll see if Sparrow spies the quarterback again. No, he'll come on a blitz. Peters takes a 7-step drop. Has to roll the pocket to his left. Has 4 black jerseys chasing him. Throws all the way back across his body, and it's caught on a deep comeback route at the 42-yard line by Ellis Stewart, the freshman out of Bow Bridge, Louisiana.
Yeah, he scrambled, and the receiver broke off his route and came free in the secondary. First down.
Stewart wearing a hot pink undershirt with hot pink sleeves. He's going to be very easy to identify for me today. Handoff, left-hand side. Jennings tries to cut it back against the grain. He's going to get maybe 3 up to the 46-yard line. On the tackle for the Wildcats, Jalen Lewis was there along with Sparrow.
Naeem Lassiter.
2nd down and 7 after the 3-yard run. UAPB going quickly. 2 receivers right, single left. Peters back to pass. Steps up in the pocket. Rips it all the way downfield. Kareem Burke is behind the defense. And it's a great play to break it up. Jaden Davis just saved a touchdown.
Yeah, Jaden was beat on the play, but they teach you to turn around and look for the football. And when he turned around, even though they had a couple of steps on him, he was able to bat that ball down. He looked like he was beat on the trail route, but by him using the right technique, he was able to knock it down.
Kareem Burke is a speedster, former state champion, the 4x400-meter relay on the track.
My goodness.
And he won the Celebration Bowl with Florida A&M back in 2023. Here's 3rd down and 7 from just shy of midfield for Arkansas Pine Bluff. Wildcats trying to get off the field on defense for the 2nd time today with 4:34 to go in the first quarter. Wildcats up 7-0. Peters with 2 receivers left, single right. Jennings, sidecar left behind him. He's going to throw quick. A comebacker, and it's intercepted! Near sideline, no, it's incomplete. Oh, Devin Gunter almost had his first interception of the year. He slid in and couldn't hang on to the football, but the Wildcats do get the stop.
Good-looking play that time by Gunter because he read the quarterback and he stepped right in front of the receiver. That ball was just a little low, and even if he'd have picked it off, he'd have been out of bounds.
That's one of those dangerous throws for a quarterback, right? For the far side of the field, cross his body, that gives the defensive back plenty of time to undercut and try and pick that off.
And the Cats get off the field on 3rd down. That's great.
They do indeed. Punting from just outside his 30 is Zach Widener. He's punting against the wind as the wind goes right to left. High snap fielded about his face mask. That one's going to land at the 30. Once again, pop straight up in the air. Take a UAPB bounce inside the 20 to the 15 and down right there at the 15-yard line. So the Wildcats get off the field. What did you say against Southern? If we get 5 stops, we'll win the game? We've already got 2 right now.
We've gotten 2. I said we get 6 stops here and we score, we'll be in good position.
Well, the Wildcats have already scored a 10-play, 61-yard drive on their last possession, ending in a Cam Ransom 1-yard touchdown push over the goal line. And it's 7-0 Wildcats with 4 minutes and 15 seconds to go in the first quarter. They'll have the ball at their own 15-yard line going right to left. The gold helmets, the black jerseys, the white pants for Bethune-Cookman today. Cam hands the ball off. Ali Scott Jr. up the middle, dragging a defender. Check that. That's Kamani Robinson. That's his...
That's the freshman.
That is the... that is...
All of them freshmen.
29?
29. That's Robinson.
That's Robinson. Wildcats frustratingly have different numbers for different jerseys. So I have him as 28, but he is 29 in the blacks. Play action, Cam looking, throwing middle. Wide open is the tight end, Miles Morales. He makes the catch in stride at the 40 and gets upended at the 45-yard line. That's a gain of about 30 yards.
Great looking catch that time. That ball bounced twice in his hands, and he corralled it across the middle, picked up the first down.
Great catch, only the 10th reception of the year for Morales. That's his long by far. Cats go quickly. Cam keeps, tries to run up the middle, and falls forward for a 3-yard gain up to the 49-yard line, just shy of midfield.
They refuse to let Cam get loose. They have a spot. The linebacker is spying him everywhere he goes, from a 42 is.
Then you got to pull the tight end drag across the middle, or a wide receiver or something.
And we saw that the play before with the tight end.
Yeah, so if you've got someone spying the quarterback, that's a defender that's not watching a receiver.
There you go.
2nd down and 8. They only gave him 2 up to the 48-yard line. Wildcats approaching midfield. 3 minutes and counting to go first quarter. Bethune-Cookman over Pine Bluff. 7-0 looking for more. Ransom 2 receivers left, single right. And whistles and a
Illegal
stoppage of play, and that'll be
Illegal procedure.
illegal procedure on the Wildcats. One of the things we talked about in the pregame, Daryl, got to clean up the penalties.
Got to clean the penalties up, and you got to
False
stay.
start. Offense number 5. It's a 5-yard penalty. Second down.
Bon was in a stationary motion, and he moved forward before the snap.
The Wildcats averaging 6.5 penalties per game, 60.8 yards of penalties per game. That's 5th most in the conference and
Number
88th
50.
in the country. UAPB is very disciplined on penalties. They average 6.1 per game, just 50 yards. That's second in the conference. Now, second down and 13. Cam, looking, pressured, escapes the pocket to his right, now throws late and skips it on a hop to the far sideline. Was looking for Malik Huggins, incomplete.
Yeah, when you're left-handed and you're rolling to the right trying to throw the football, it's hard.
I thought he should have just taken off. I thought he had a lane there.
He did.
But now it's going to be third down and 13 from the 42-yard line.
That penalty got us behind the stick, so here's a big play right here. We got to get some chunk yardage.
Wildcats have already converted 1 third down and long in this game. They got a 3rd and 8 on that touchdown drive to keep the drive going at around this area of the field. 3 receivers right, 1 to the left. Ball on the 43-yard line of the Wildcats. Arkansas Pine Bluff showing pressure off the edge on that right-hand side. Here's the snap. They only rush 3. Cam looks, steps up, heaves it deep, and it is overthrown and incomplete.
He had a man.
Running free on the far side numbers at the 15-yard line was Malik Huggins, but he overthrew him, and the Wildcats will punt for the second time today.
Well, that penalty cost us, positive yardage on the play. Then Cam had a man open, but he overshot him. I think the open week is kind of we lost a little rhythm.
I'm surprised the Wildcats have not been able to run the ball better.
Yeah.
Just 2.8 yards per carry right now.
We got to continue to push it, though. We got to continue to push the envelope.
We have limited UAPB to just 1 first down. But Max Tulin's going to come out to punt with 1:54 to go in the first quarter. Wildcats just up 7-0. Max Tulin, 2 steps to his right. That's not a great punt. It's going to backspin and take a Pine Bluff hop just inside the 25 to the 27-yard line. So Pine Bluff will start where they've had the ball most, around the 25. We'll take a timeout and be back after this. It's Arkansas Pine Bluff, nothing. Bethune-Cookman Wildcats, 7. You're listening to the flagship station for BCU Athletics, 1380 WELE The Cat and the CatEye Radio Network. Do you love Bethune-Cookman University sports? Of course you do. Then don't miss Hail Wildcats Radio, the podcast that takes you behind the scenes of all 15 Wildcat sports programs. Hosted by Voice of the Wildcats, Michael Cirillo, and featuring the expertise of Bethune-Cookman sports information staff. Hail Wildcats Radio delivers unparalleled coverage of your favorite teams. Tune in to 1380 WELE Daytona Beach every Saturday to catch the show live or listen live on your favorite podcast platform. Michael Torello and Daryl Natillo back at Daytona Stadium where the Wildcats lead Arkansas Pine Bluff 7-0. A game in front of a packed homecoming crowd with 1 minute and 44 seconds to go in the first quarter, but the Wildcats have had to punt for the second time today. They give it back to the Golden Lions at their own 27-yard line, going left to right. Peters takes the snap. He keeps. He throws in the flat to Jordan Jackson on the near side. A flag flies. Jackson is tackled by Steven Sparrow with a couple other Wildcats after a gain of 4 to the 32. There is a flag.
You might get a hold here on Arkansas Pine Bluff.
Holding, number 84 of the offense.
They did indeed.
It's a 10-yard penalty. Still first down.
It's going to back them up right now. They're going to be behind the 6. It's going to be first and 20.
Davery Robinson, the wide receiver out of Logansport, Louisiana, is called for the hold. And that'll back him up 15 yards all the way to the 20. It is a windy, windy day out at Daytona Stadium.
That Old Glory, you can see every star on there and every stripe. That thing's standing up strong out there.
Blowing right to left across your radio dials. Now first down and 27. The ball on the 20-yard line. Peters fakes the handoff, rolls left, looks deep. It is incomplete, but a flag comes in. Devin Gunter was in coverage, and he's going to be called for pass interference.
Going to call a hold.
Jordan Jackson was the intended receiver. Transfer from Arkansas Tech, which is just down the street from Pine Bluff.
On the defense, number 1, that hold was on an eligible receiver, 10-yard penalty, automatic first down.
So it's back first and 10 again.
Yep.
Right where they're originally.
Right where they're originally at. So let's, the last 2 plays pretty much never happened.
Yeah, they knocked out. They had a hole, we had a hole, so it's back to first and 10.
Right at the
1:13 to go in the first quarter.
28-yard line. So, they'll put it right at the 30. So Pine Bluff gained 2 yards out of that. And once again, the game is kind of drawn to a stop here at the end of the first quarter because of a couple of consecutive penalties. 3 receivers in a bunch formation to the short side of the field, near side right for Arkansas Pine Bluff. 5 wide with 2 receivers on the far side as well. Watch for the Peters run. Peters will throw underneath. That pass is caught at the 35 and falling forward to the 36 for a 6-yard gain on a quick slant is Davery Robinson. He is their top receiver with 246 yards on the season. 6-yard pickup, 2nd down and 4 for Pine Bluff. They can move the ball.
They can move it.
There'll be just one more play until the end of the first quarter. Clock running under a minute to go in the opening frame. Wildcats up 7-0. Outside that 10-play, 61-yard drive, the Wildcats have punted 2 times. Arkansas Pine Bluff has also punted 2 times, and their 3rd drive is ongoing right now. The handoff on 2nd and 4, delayed through the middle, a big run for Bryant Sanchez, the freshman out of New Orleans. He'll move the chains up to the 45-yard line. And that'll be how the first quarter will end. Not a great start for the Wildcats, even though they're in the lead. They can let this clock run all the way to the end of the quarter. That looks like what Arkansas Pine Bluff's going to do. And we will head to a break. It's Bethune-Cookman Wildcats 7, Arkansas Pine Bluff Golden Lions nothing at the end of the first quarter. You're listening to Bethune-Cookman University Athletics on the CatEye Radio Network and 1380 WELE.
really do.
We begin the second quarter here at Daytona Stadium. It's the Bethune-Cookman Wildcats 7, the Arkansas Pine Bluff Golden Lions nothing. In that first quarter, the Wildcats 18 plays, 87 yards, 4.8 yards per carry. UAPB 11 plays, 46 yards, 4.1 yards per play. Kind of a stop-start for both teams. Both teams committed a couple penalties. Two penalties for both teams. Both teams punted the ball twice. The Wildcats dominated time of possession, 9 minutes to 4, but they only got in the end zone once.
You know, we've seen some shootouts this year, but this is the team we haven't seen in 20 years. So both teams are filling each other out. We don't know what they represent, and they don't know what we represent. But here in the second quarter, I think see the Cats kind of get on track here. You know, we got a little rust from the open week. Let's see if we do some things right here with the running game.
Football season is back at the beach, and you can catch every touchdown, tackle, and everything in between free on the CatEye Radio Network. Catch every second of every game live, including pre- and post-game coverage with us here on the CatEye Radio Network. On the local airwaves in Daytona Beach at 1380 WELE. On your radio or not local, no problem. Head to youtube.com/CatEye Network to check out the booth cam. Hello, booth cam. And bcuathletics.com/radio, powered by MixLR, on your smart TV, computer, or mobile device for all the coverage you need. That's bcuathletics.com/radio, youtube.com/CatEye Network, or 1380 WELE on your radio. Here we go. Pine Bluff will start with the ball, going right to left in quarter number 2. They're wearing black helmets with a gold stripe down the middle, white jerseys with black numbers with a gold trim, white pants with a gold stripe, and black shoulder boards with a gold double stripe. Bethune-Cookman in gold helmets, black jerseys, white pants, a gold double stripe on the shoulders, gold numbers, and a gray stripe down the pants. 1st and 10 as we begin the second quarter. Peters in an empty set, looking, throwing deep down the middle. Man out there, diving, incomplete at the 10-yard line. DeAvery Robinson just couldn't come up with that one, couldn't survive the ground. That's the second time the Wildcats have been burned deep, but an incomplete pass.
He got behind the coverage, but the ball was just a little bit too far. He could have made that catch if he'd have dove for it, but he had it in his hands in the ground, caused him to fumble that thing.
I'll tell you what, that's Jaden Davis again. He got beat on the first one and only got saved because the ball was underthrown. That time he got beat because he got saved because the ball was overthrown.
Yeah, he's going to have to pay attention out here to those receivers that's in the slot.
At the 46-yard line, going right to left of their own Arkansas Pine Bluff.
Big hole.
Play action, screen to the near side to Kareem Burke at the 45, upended near the 50. A flag flies late as they stretch the ball to the 49-yard line. That'll bring up 3rd down and 5 after a 5-yard gain. We'll have to check the flag.
It's like it's going to Arkansas.
That flag was thrown by the back judge. I'm not sure what that could be.
Holding.
Yeah.
Offense number 6. That's a 10-yard
All right,
penalty.
so Jordan Jackson, the wide receiver, is called for that.
Yeah.
That's the weird to be thrown by the back judge and not the side.
Well, what happened was there was a tunnel screen, and the blockers were holding. We couldn't get off the block to make the tackle.
Well, Antoine Watts still made a good tackle.
Yeah, but he saw the hold by number 1.
All right.
Back him up.
That'll back him up. 2nd and 15. Back at the 41-yard line. Christian Peters, the graduate transfer from Shaw University. In the CIAA. 2nd and 15 after the penalty. Here comes the blitz. The pass over the middle is dropped.
That play was open. That
was wide open. It was the running back out of the backfield. The Wildcats blitzed up the A-gap. Steven Sparrow had a big hit on the quarterback, but that might have been 20, 30 yards, maybe even gone.
They're dialing up the right plays. They're just not getting the ball in their hands.
For Brian Sanchez, he just plain old dropped the ball. The Wildcats living on the kindness of strangers right now, still up 7-0 just inside the start of the second quarter. Man in motion, that'll make it 2-by-2. Snap to Peters on 3rd and long. He's
Get him.
pressured. He escapes to his right. Looks to run at the 40, at the 45 at midfield, and he's going to stretch the ball near the 45, and he's going to get it.
No, it's a yard short.
Yard short, maybe, at the 45-yard line. He's a 1 yard short. That'll be 4th and 1. But what a heroic effort by Christian Peters to escape a collapsing pocket, run to his right. There was a lot of space out there. They'll keep the offense on the field on 4th and 1.
They had him corralled, man. He just broke out of that thing. The pocket collapsed. 4th down.
Arkansas
4th
Pine
and
Bluff
2.
is 50% on 4th downs this season.
It's 4th and long, a long 1.5.
Wildcats give up 54% of their 4th down, so the statistics favor Pine Bluff here.
They're gonna take a look at the spider web.
It looked to me in real time like he stretched the ball out over the pylon and got it. But I think in the second quarter, this would be a silly thing to review.
The spot of the foul is under review.
And we're going to have to wait to review the spot of the ball. I don't know. It's silly to me that you're reviewing this. We're in the middle of the field. There's 13:48 to go in this first half. 7-0 ball game, and you're reviewing a 1 yard difference.
It was a big play for them.
It is.
Because we had him corralled way back in the backfield. We let him out of there.
Yep. Bethune-Cookman football is back on the gridiron Saturday, November 1st at 3 p.m. Eastern as the Wildcats host the Delta Devils of Mississippi Valley State for Senior Day at Daytona Stadium. You can watch all the action live on SWAC TV or listen live free at 1380 WELE in Daytona Beach, youtube.com/CatEye Network or bcuathletics.com/radio. And volleyball returns to Moore Gymnasium Friday, October 31st as SWAC play rolls on. Catch all the action as the Wildcats host Alabama A&M at 6 p.m. Admission is always free at Moore Gym. It's a blackout and Greek night.
First down.
And they're going to give him the first down. Don't miss out on all the fun. Can't make it to the game. It'll be free on the CatEye Network. But shout out volleyball. They beat UAPB last night 3-0 and now sit 1 win away from an 8-match winning streak. They'll be tie the all-time program record. And if they do that tomorrow against Grambling State, they got a chance to break it at home next Friday against Alabama A&M.
Those young ladies are really playing at a great level. The energy that Coach Brittany Williams has those girls playing at is unbelievable.
First down, Pine Bluff. They spot the ball at the 44-yard line of Bethune-Cookman, going right to left. Wildcats up 7-0, 13.5 to go. Play action, screen, near side, middle. And the ball is fumbled by Chris Hicks after he caught the ball, and the referee's going to say he's down at the 40-yard line after a gain of 4 yards. And we may have to go to another review.
Second down.
Wildcats claim they have the ball. Johnny Harris pops out of the pile. He wants the coaching staff to review it.
Down.
But I don't think that's going to happen. It's just going to be a 4-yard slant. So Arkansas Pine Bluff now gets away with one.
Timeout.
Review it. Review it.
Bethune-Cookman. It's a coach's challenge.
And they are going to review it.
On the field.
Let me tell you something.
On the field, the runner is down. That challenge been challenged.
See, last week, Arkansas Pine Bluff played a tough game against Grambling. They have a good defense. Their offense may be not where they should be, but their defense is solid. Grambling gave up. Grambling scored 20 points on Arkansas Pine Bluff, so they have a great defense. So
I'm looking at the replay now. You really can't tell anything from that angle.
It looked like the ball came out, though.
Let's see. They're not going to show the replay on the Jumbotron, so we're just in the dark. In real time, it looked like a fumble. But again, we have no concept of what's going on the field in real time. We're all the way up here in the press box. So now we have our second review in 3 plays as this game is ground to a screeching halt.
We'll be here by the time all those people are still coming in.
There are still people coming in. There's still a bunch of people waiting to park. A long line. A note to all of you who may want to come to a BCU homecoming. Get here early. Like really early.
Yeah, before the parade. Come before the parade.
Enjoy the tailgate. Hang out. Get some food. I know you've been down there getting some food, meeting all the people.
I watch, but I can't. I'm not doing that Frad stuff. No.
But it is so good.
It's beautiful, though. Beautiful out there.
It's so good to see this parking lot full, to see these stands full. There is not a seat open on the near side, and the far side is probably 60% full as well. And there's still all these people coming in. And there's probably a couple thousand people that aren't even going to come in the game.
Yeah.
That are just outside.
And then those people that's coming in the traffic, they'll be third quarter by the time they get here.
I don't know. It might be the end of this review by the time we get here. We're still under review for a potential fumble on a slant pass from Christian Peters to Chris Hicks Jr. The call on the field was the runner was down at the Wildcat 40-yard line. Arkansas Pine Bluff is trying to undo a 7-0 deficit to the Wildcats here with 12 minutes and 53 seconds.
Now, you can kind of tell what the call is going to be by the side judge. If he starts writing down, no, we didn't get it.
The ruling on the field has been overturned.
Oh, first down.
The ball was moved with a fumble.
Fumble.
Recovered by Bethune-Cookman.
Oh, wow.
10, Bethune-Cookman.
That's the first turnover the Wildcats have since the Alabama State game.
And Coach Woody called time out in order to get that overturned.
And here's the unheralded hero of that. Johnny Harris, the redshirt senior cornerback, the one who forced that fumble, because he immediately went to coach and said, challenge that, challenge that, challenge that. And the coach ended up challenging it.
Great call by Coach Wood, and great call on the Wildcats part, too, by snatching that ball out of there. First down, Cats at the 40.
The 3 drives for Arkansas Pine Bluff: punt, fumble.
Come on, Cats.
Wildcats need to take advantage of it, up 7-0. But BCU on offense hasn't been much better outside that one long touchdown drive. They only have, let me find it. Anyway, 1st and 10 from the 40, going left to right. Cut back in the middle of the field by Brown. He gets 2 up to the 42-yard line. The Wildcats only have 87 yards in the game. 61 of those came on that 10-play drive to get the touchdown in the middle of the first quarter.
You got to keep knocking at the door with the run. You got to keep pushing. We'll eventually get there.
Kamani Robinson in the game at running back now to the left hip of Robinson. 4-man front with 2 linebackers in the middle for Arkansas Pine Bluff. Cam keeps up the middle at the 40, spins down to the 45, and we'll get to the 46 officially before he is spotted down. It'll bring up 3rd down and 4.
Big 3rd down play here to keep possession.
The Wildcats are trying to do what they think will work, which is run the ball, but Pine Bluff is stopping that pretty well, even in the 4-2-5, which is not that great against the run compared to the 4-3.
Got a blitz coming.
Pressure shown up the middle by Pine Bluff and off the near edge. 2-by-2 the receivers, 3rd and 4. Here comes the blitz. Cam pitches it middle and incomplete. Way over through that middle slant looking for Miles Morales. And it's immediately a 3-and-out for Bethune-Cookman after the turnover. The Wildcat offense just can't get anything going right now. Yeah, this is not looking at all like the offense we've seen the last 4 games.
You know, that play was open. Cam just overshot him. You know, in the break, I said something that you looked at me crazy. I say this is a Timmy game, because the package that Timmy plays is perfect for this defense.
Well, another unsuccessful drive at a 3rd punt of the first half coming up for Bethune-Cookman. Max Tulin stands at his own 31-yard line. He'll punt it to the right-hand side. Kareem Burke, who's a dynamite returner, is back there. That's a much better punt from Tulin. Forces Burke back inside the 10 and down to the 7-yard line where he makes a fair catch. Great punt.
What I mean by when I say a Timmy game, Timmy McLean plays on a package that's perfect for the blitz, perfect for the short passing. You know, Cam was there. Cam had a receiver open, just overshot him. But I think the package that Timmy McLean plays in is much suited for this defense to where they're playing us right now.
Well, right now, they've stopped your base offense, which nobody has been able to do since Edward Waters. Now, what changes can you make to ensure that you can move the ball? Because the Wildcats have been able to move the ball at will the last 3 weeks.
Change the package. Like I said before, there's a different package between he and Cam.
UAPB at their own 7-yard line going right to left. 11:45, to go in the first half, down 7-0. Peters at the goal line. He scrambles to his left. He's going to take off at the 10, cuts it back, hit hard at the 11-yard line, gets up to the 12. A 4-yard gain on first down. We got to contain that Peters run late in plays when he escapes the pocket.
Yeah, he was looking for that one receiver down near. He wasn't there, so he decided to take off and run it. Picked up 4, 2nd and 6. This will not be a shootout game. This is going to be a defensive battle.
which the Wildcats haven't really been in all year. 2nd down and 6 after the 4-yard run. They're at their own 12-yard line. Full house jumbo package with the fullback in the backfield. Montrell Martin acting as the fullback on the right-hand side. They'll try to run behind him. A cutback, a dive forward past the 15 to the 16. And a late scrum going on after the play. View some blockers. It'll be 3rd down and 2. After cutting it back is Jalen Jennings. And now Pine Bluff's starting to try and use that run as the wind whips again.
3rd and short here.
Play action. Peters. Oh, Cornelius Bass almost had him, but he completes a outlet pass on the near side to Kareem Burke. That'll be a 1st down to the 25. I thought Bass was going to have that sack. But well done by Peters to read it and get the ball out there quickly. Officially spotted at the 26. Pine Bluff goes quickly. Man in motion across the formation is Davery Robinson. He's alone on the far side. They'll hand the ball off. A cutback from Jennings. He's in the middle of the field at the 30-yard line. A 4-yard pickup on 1st down. What did we say earlier? If you're picking up 4 yards a carry, you're going to get a 1st down every time as we go under 10 minutes to play in the 1st half.
That was a good cutback that time because the lane he was trying to get into was crowded. So he just cut it back against the grain and picked up 4.
Clap, snap. Peters looks middle. Complete to Stewart at the pink sleeves at the 40-yard line. He runs through arm tackles and gets all the way to midfield for a 1st down.
Good-looking drive for Arkansas Pine Bluff. They have the momentum right now. They're calling the right plays at the right time.
Really, they've had the momentum ever since the Wildcat touchdown drive. We've just been able to turn them over. But right now, they're moving the football. They spotted at the 48-yard line just shy of midfield. Wildcats will rush 4 against Peters, who is pressured, rolls out of the pocket, is going to chuck it down the field, just throws it up for grabs, and it is incomplete. Lots of contact on the far side numbers near the 30-yard line. No flags thrown. Referees saying everybody giving as good as they're getting over there. And it's incomplete. What a weird decision by Peters on 1st down to just chuck that one up for grabs. That one could have easily been picked off.
He just threw that out of bounds. That ball hung up there for anybody.
Now 2nd and 10 from their own 48. The Golden Lions in the black helmets with a gold stripe. White jerseys, white pants. Wildcats gold helmets, black jerseys, and white pants. 2nd and 10. In motion, left to right is Burke. Jet sweep.
Oh,
Burke slips away from a tackle in the backfield. Another one at the 50-yard line, puts his head into the pile and gets all the way to the 44-yard line for a gain of 7. I should have had him for a stop, but there was 2 missed tackles right there. And we talked about that a lot against Alabama State, about those missed tackles.
Yeah, Burke's from Jacksonville, FAMU transfer. It's 4-down territory for them.
Yeah, 3rd and 2. At the 44, got to get to the 42-yard line. Jalen Jennings has been good running behind that Montrell Martin fullback. They line up in that formation again.
Come to blitz.
Play action, throw middle, wide open is Ellis at the 35-yard line and tackled at the 32 for a 1st down on play action.
Yeah, he read the blitz that time and he just ran a quick slant route.
Yeah, the Wildcats the Lions are doing the Wildcat offense better than the Wildcats are doing right now. With those quick passes, reading the blitzes. Christian Peters is doing well, just managing this game. Empty set on 1st and 10 from just outside the 30. He takes a shot to the end zone, wide open is Ellis, but the ball is thrown almost into the VIP section behind the end zone. That was just a gunshot. And I think the wind, which is behind Arkansas Pine Bluff right to left, just blew that ball out the back of the end zone.
It's going to be a dangerous football game here this afternoon. They're knocking. They're just not making the plays when they need them.
Arkansas Pine Bluff has taken that deep shot now 3 times. 1 breakup, 1 drop, 1 overthrow. Wildcats living on the edge defensively. 2nd down and 10 from the 33. Wildcats in the 4-2-5 with 2 linebackers. They'll run the ball up the middle, diving forward to the 30. That's a 4-yard gain for Jennings. Timothy Gully makes the stop along with Davis. Now 3rd down and 6. Big play here.
Watch the back out of the backfield right there. They're going to try to slip something.
Yep. There's
out of
3
the backfield.
receivers to the near side. That's the wide side of the field. Now Burke goes back into the slot, and he'll go all the way to the far side. Now the tight end flares out there. Lots of pre-snap motion from Pine Bluff. Now Burke goes back across the formation. One-on-one coverage far side. Snap to Peters on 3rd and 6. He's pressured. He's sacked! Back at the 45-yard line. The Wildcats brought the heat!
Jalen Lewis.
Jalen Lewis with a massive sack all the way back out of field goal range. Oh, baby, what a play.
Huge play that time by the defense. Jalen Lewis is the freshman, 210 pounds, 6'1", from Pensacola, Washington. Made an absolutely great play that time.
Gutsy call to bring the linebacker blitz 2 on 3rd and 6, and it pays off as for the first time in a while, Peters can't escape the pressure of the pocket.
And a freshman played it. We got freshmen all over the place, man.
So this will be a very similar situation to the Wildcats' first drive of the game where they punted in plus territory. Zach Widener trying to pin the Cats deep. The wind is at his back. It's a kick that's going to go over
to the end zone.
Huggins' head and into the end zone. It's that wind, man. That you just can't account for that wind blowing really hard right to left. And the Wildcats get away with another tough drive on defense.
Early in the year, playing this way cost us. We couldn't make the plays to get off the field, and the way that our offense was being used against us, they were being successful. Now we're seeing us playing better defense. Even though they're moving the football, we're making the plays when it's time to make the plays. And that's the difference in the team from the beginning of the season to this team now. They're making plays.
Well, now the Wildcats offense is going to have to make some plays.
Here we go.
Because they've only got 93 yards, 61 of them on the 1 touchdown drive in the first quarter. They've done nothing but punt the ball in the second quarter.
Let's go to the short passing game, man.
Going into the wind, they'll start at their own 20-yard line, going left to right. Javon Ross in motion. The handoff on a delay and tripped up just for a gain of 2 is Ali Scott Jr. Check that, Kamani Robinson.
That's Kamani Robinson on the carry.
No, double check that. That's Chino Rodriguez. I can't tell. We got so many running backs, I don't know who's back there. We got 5 running backs that can play today.
Okay, Chino.
They got the freshman back there. 2nd down and 8. 3 receivers to the right, single left, ball left hash. Here comes the blitz. Cam pressured, short hops it over the middle, incomplete, now 3rd and 8. Yeah, we are not feeling that blitz well.
He had to get rid of it quickly. You can't run the long routes on the blitz. You got to run the short routes like they did. We blitzed them, they threw the quick slant. You got to throw the short routes where the blitz is coming from.
I was trying to go to a deep curl for Ross at the sticks.
It's third down.
Now it's
ready to give it up
8.
again. Come on.
Big spot for the Wildcats here. They would give the ball back in good field position to Pine Bluff if they can't convert this 3rd and 8 for their own 22.
Here comes the blitz up top this time.
Far side throwing pressure. 4 receivers in the pattern. Cam looks to throw. Steps up, escapes to his left. Motioning receivers around. He stops. He pops at the 20-yard line, takes off, makes 1 cut, then 2 cuts to the 30. First down. A 9-yard run. Improvisational genius from Cam Ransom as he made 2 men miss in the open field.
That may get him going right now. That may get him going.
I think that's the best overall rushing play the Wildcats have today. They haven't run the ball well at all. 1st and 10. Here comes the blitz again. The Wildcats run straight into it and get nothing with Dominguez, or Rodriguez, excuse me. He loses 3, maybe 4 yards all the way back to the 28-yard line.
That play went right into the teeth of the defense. We didn't even check that play. We just ran it.
You got to run outside against this middle blitz.
Now it's time to open them up a little bit.
Remember, this is a UAPB Lions team that just cannot stop the run statistically. 210 yards a game against.
Doesn't look like it today.
It's 122nd of the country, but yeah, they're holding the Wildcats to under 3 yards a carry. Just 2.8 right now.
Might want to go deep one time.
2nd down and 13 after the loss of 3. Cam on play action. Stands in and is sacked back at the 18-yard line.
That was a coverage sack that time. Nobody was open. You got all the guys running 20, 30-yard patterns, and Cam had nowhere to throw it. You got to throw the short passes. Now it's 3rd and forever.
All the way at the 18-yard line. 3rd and about 25. They'll spot the ball at the 20 for forward progress.
Definitely some rust from the open week.
Not great right now by the Wildcats on offense.
Look at all those people just coming in here. Wow.
3rd and 1,000,000 miles. They'll hand the ball off against the 3-man front. Dominguez gets 5 up to the 25-yard line. And that'll be another punt. And with the wind blowing in the face of the Wildcats, this is going to be good field position for Arkansas Pine Bluff. 3 minutes and 55 seconds left in a quick-moving first half here. Only an hour and 7 minutes in.
One of the quickest first half. The band hasn't even gotten out the stands yet, and it's almost halftime. They're just getting down the steps. And there are a ton of people. That's about 1,000 people walking into the stadium right now.
Right now,
we're looking at.
with 3 minutes left to go in the first half, the Wildcats clinging to a 7-0 lead over Arkansas Pine Bluff. Max Tulin's got a big boot on this one. He has to click it short, and it's blocked. And that's going to be a touchdown? No, down at the 1-yard line. It was blocked and picked up by UAPB's Elijah Jenkins, and he ran to the 1-yard line before he was stopped by the Wildcats. Ali Joseph made the intervening tackle for Bethune-Cookman, but that's going to be that's 7-7 right there.
It's going to be a dogfight this afternoon, folks.
Now it's going to be 1st and goal from the 1-yard line for Arkansas Pine Bluff.
We're in for a fight this afternoon.
There needs to be a big halftime speech by Coach Witter to wake these guys up, because we have been sleepwalking through the first half.
It's going to be a dogfight. They're
Ball
going to mark
covered
it
at the 3-yard line.
We're going to mark it at the 3.
First down, Arkansas Pine Bluff.
This is, you know what this reminds me of, Darryl? It reminds me of the first half against South Carolina State.
Yeah.
When the Cats just came out and did nothing in the first half.
I still say this is a Timmy game.
We might see him if Cam continues to struggle.
And Timmy knows how
Cam
to.
Ransom is 4 of 10 for 59 yards.
This is a Timmy game, man. He is another package. His package is the receivers are going too far, going too deep, taking too long to pass the football.
1st and goal at the 1-yard line for Arkansas Pine Bluff. After the block punt, the first block punt against Max Tulin this season. Jumbo formation in the backfield with 2 fullbacks and the running back, Jalen Jennings, looking for his 8th rushing touchdown of the season. He goes up the middle, and he gets there. Touchdown UAPB, 1 play, 1 yard, and we are tied at 7 pending the extra point. Oh, boy. With 3 minutes and 15 seconds to go. I'll tell you what, we are giving UAPB a reason to stay in this game. The Wildcat defense has done a great job up till this point. Not much you can do from 1st and goal at the 1, but 3 punts and a fumble forced, and all that goes out the window because the offense can't do anything. They're up 7-0, and now it's 7-7. Here's the extra point from Trey Glimpf, the senior from Alpharetta, Georgia. Snap, hold, kick, good. And with 3 minutes and 15 seconds to go, Wildcats need to do something here at the end of the first half. Stagnant on offense now in a tie game at 7 here at Daytona Stadium on homecoming. This is the CatEye Radio Network and 1380 WELE. Three minutes and 15 seconds to go here at Daytona Stadium. It's Bethune-Cookman 7, Arkansas Pine Bluff 7. after a blocked punt leads to a one-play, one-yard touchdown run by Jalen Jennings, his 8th of the season. And just like that, it's 7-7. The Wildcats have been listless on offense and have not pulled away from an Arkansas Pine Bluff team who started slow but has just been gifted ways back into this game.
Well, I'm going to continue to say this. I think the Arkansas Pine Bluff have really studied their film against Cam because they're blitzing him from the outside, forcing him to step up and forcing him to do some errant throws with the pressure. I think that the other package that we have, the short package, is the way we play against this.
Nike is the official outfitter of the Bethune-Cookman Wildcats. Gear up on the newest BCU Nike gear at nike.com/Bethune-Cookman Wildcats. And make sure you are representing Bethune-Cookman University Athletics to the fullest, featuring all new items. Buy the latest BCU gear online at the Bethune-Cookman online store. Go to bcuathletics.com and click on shop to find the newest BCU clothing and apparel. That's bcuathletics.com and click on shop.
They played a tough game against Grambling last week, and their defense is standing tall this afternoon. So you got to put some points up when it's time.
Yeah, last week they lost to Grambling at home 20-16. They scored first, UAPB did, and then after that, didn't score again until they got 9 points in the fourth quarter. Came back, took the lead, and then Grambling, and their really good running back, Trey Bradford, scored to win the game with under 2 minutes to go. Wildcats will receive a kickoff from Trey Glimpf in a 7-7 ball game, 3 minutes and 15 seconds to go in the first half.
We're playing for the onside kick, too.
Yeah, Marquis Johnson is back there. They haven't kicked it to him. That's Javon Ross. Yeah, Javon Ross is back there. Johnson is one of the up men as the wind blows the ball off the tee. Have I mentioned it's windy today? I think the wind actually knocked out our crowd mic because I can't hear it. I don't know, I'll try to fix it at halftime.
And to give those fans a few more seconds to get into the ball game. There's still 500 people crossing the street right now.
Glimpf approaches the ball right to left with the wind. That's a line drive kick near side, out of bounds. Flag flies for an illegal kick, and that'll put the Wildcats on the 35.
Well, let's see what we come up with the offense right now. The running game has been stagnant. The passing game is out of rhythm. So let's see what we come up with.
Wildcats.
Kick out of bounds on the kicking team. Ball placed at the 35-yard line. First down.
The Wildcats are just averaging 2.3 yards a carry. UAPB did not bite better at 3.5. Nobody's throwing the ball very well. But more passing yards for UAPB now, 75-59. They have outgained us 120-98. Remember, 61 of those 98 yards for the Wildcats came on their one touchdown drive in the middle of the first quarter. Let's see what they got. 3 timeouts plus the 2-minute warning in 3:15 to work with at the end of the first half. Cam Ransom still in there at quarterback, hands the ball off, and that finally a big hole up the middle.
Oh.
Spinning through contact, Ali Scott Jr. still spinning down at the 50-yard line as he arcs near side.
He's a step away from breaking it all the way. He stepped out of a tackle and was spun down at the 50 or the 49.
Transfer from Ole Miss out of Powder Springs, Georgia. Wildcats go quickly. Ball right at midfield, 1st and 10. Handoff Scott again. Bounces it to the left and back to the middle and dives through contact near the 40-yard line. That'll be an 8-yard pickup. He loves lowering his shoulder pads.
He loves contact. This kid runs hard, and the offensive line is saying, let's keep it going.
2:38 to go. Wildcats can get one more playoff before the 2-minute timeout. They'll line up quick. That was a gain of 9. 2nd and 1 for the Cats from the UAPB 41-yard line.
Man, want to take a shot right here because the safeties is creeping up.
Bon in motion. They'll hand the ball off. Scott off the left-hand side. Needs one block. Didn't really get it, but got a first down to the 39. I say he needs one block. Ali Scott can just run through people.
He can run through guys. He doesn't need a block. Yeah. Here we go. First down, guys.
Just inside the 40. And that'll be the 2-minute timeout unless they can get a snap off. Snap. Cam, play action, throws far side. That pass is caught on a comebacker. Dancing in between 3 defenders is Huggins. That's his first catch of the game. He's going to get down near the 30, be spotted at the 31-yard line, and that'll take us to the 2-minute timeout. Wildcats showing a little bit more life on offense right now. When we come back, we'll take you to the end of the first half here on the CatEye Radio Network and 1380 WELE. back at Daytona Stadium. We're at the 2-minute timeout with 1:51 remaining in the first half. The Wildcats and Golden Lions of Arkansas Pine Bluff knotted at 1. Well, stay tuned at halftime because Hall of Famer Larry Little, BCU alumni, NFL Hall of Famer Larry Little is going to share moments from his new book, The Outhouse to the Penthouse, the football journey of NFL Hall of Famer Larry Little. That interview will be coming up at halftime, along with your statistical breakdown and around the SWAC, as we hopefully will go into the first half with the lead. But it's going to be 2nd down and 3 after a 7-yard run by Ali Scott Jr., who's been a revelation on this drive for the Cats, as they have driven the ball from the 35 all the way down to the Arkansas Pine Bluff 33. They're going into the wind, which makes field goals difficult, attacking the end zone to listeners' right. Scott is still the running back to the right hip of Cam. 3 receivers to the right, single left, ball left hash. Here comes the rush. Cam on the screen to Ross, gets a block at the 30, dancing in traffic inside the 25 and down for a first down at the 24-yard line. Yeah. The Wildcats are juking and jiving in space in the middle of the field right now.
Yeah, Bonbon is a great possession receiver, has great moves after the catch. You know, he gets that rack.
And that was a low throw by Cam all the way across his body to the wide side of the field. And Bun made a nice little shoe-top catch and then turned upfield. 1st and 10, just inside the 25. Handoff Ali Scott. He drives left. He turns the corner at the 20, looking for downfield blocks. At the 15, lowers his shoulder into a defender and is down for a first down, 11-yard pickup to the 14-yard line.
The offensive line, those unheralded guys are making the blocks down there that time. That was a clean play that time on the outside. Great move.
1st and 10 inside the 15 at the 14-yard line. Jumbo package. The run to the weak side, and Scott gets snowed under by 3 white jerseys. Oh, I don't agree. That was Kamani Robinson. Oh, no, that was Scott.
Timeout.
Yeah.
Bethune-Cookman.
As BCU takes their first timeout with 1:06 to play in the first half. I don't like the play call.
They ran it to the wrong side.
There's a 30-second timeout.
They ran it right into the teeth of the defense. You run that same play again to the other side, you pick up the same yardage you had the last time. So right now it's a mind game between the defense of Arkansas Pine Bluff and the offense of the BCU Wildcats. I like what I see with Armani Scott running the football.
The Wildcats currently on a 7-play, 51-yard drive. Their only other good drive of the game was a 10-play, 61-yarder for a touchdown in the first quarter.
Watch the slant route right here to Malik Huggins. It's open. They're concentrating on the run, but the slant will be wide open. One-on-one down here with Malik.
Yep. 3 receivers right, single left, ball left hash. 2nd down and 12 after the 2-yard loss on a handoff to Ali Scott, who's still in the ball game. Just outside the 15-yard line, Cam fakes the handoff back to pass. Looking, steps up. He's going to run. Directing blockers to the 15, cutting left to the 10. In traffic at the 5, diving down at the 4-yard line. That'll be a 1st and goal for Bethune-Cookman.
Like he's short.
Oh, wow. He's a 1 yard short of the first down.
Yeah,
the sticks are right at the 5, and that's where they spot him down. So it's
2nd and 1.
They didn't call the timeout. They snapped the ball quickly. They go to Scott Jr.
down.
Up the middle. Touchdown, Bethune-Cookman. Touchdown, maroon and gold. Ali Scott Jr. was untouched for his 4th touchdown of the season, and the Wildcats cap the drive and take the lead just before halftime.
No, you said you were wondering what Coach was going to say to him at halftime. He said it before halftime. He said it to him in that corner.
Set the clock to 40 seconds.
He said it to him in that huddle before the kick.
Wow.
Great-looking answer for the Cats.
I led one of my segments in the pregame show is here's the extra point. Again, not a guarantee with the wind right in the face of Juan Dominguez. Snap. Bad hold, but the kick is good. And it's 14-7 Wildcats with 40 seconds to go in the first half. But I led off one of my segments saying one little change can make a big difference. And the one change is they took Rashawn Brown out. They put Ali Scott Jr. in at running back. They put his package in, and they were able to run the football.
I was calling it the Timmy package because of the quarterback, but that's the package that I was talking about with the power back and the short passes. Ali Scott loosened up that defense himself. This was his touchdown. This was his drive because he loosened them up with that power game.
Basketball is back Oh, boy, Daryl, it's
man.
hardwood time.
Oh, man. The #1 Wildcats.
Come see the Wildcats on the hardwood Tuesday, November 11th for the 2025 basketball home opener. It's a doubleheader as women's basketball hosts Albany State at 3:30 and men's hosts Coastal Georgia at 8 p.m. All the action will be on youtube.com/CatEye Network, but you're going to want to come out to more.
What about Monday? What about Monday night?
There is an open-door scrimmage on Monday night against Florida College. If you just want to get a quick look at the team before they play competitive matches, there's no stream for that one, but we'll be out there getting some information, getting some interviews, and some content as well. Kickoff, Dominguez forces them back to the 5. Here's Sanchez, big hole in the middle of the field, stutter step at the 20, and then gets crunched at the 22-yard line. And so Arkansas Pine Bluff with 3 timeouts, but only 34 seconds to go. Let's see if they actually try and make a play for this or just go to the half. Montravius Lloyd with the big tackle for the Wildcats on special teams.
They're going to get the ball at the beginning of the third quarter.
They do get the ball at the beginning of the third, does UAPB.
And we will also get to choose which way we want to kick to. We want to have the win at our back.
I would rather have the win in your back in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, you're right.
When you may be trying to kick for a win.
So you want to kick the same direction we're kicking now at the beginning of the third.
1st and 10 for UAPB. They're at their own 22, going right to left. 34 seconds to go in the first quarter. Peters, little screen pass to the near side. Kareem Burke gets a block of the 30. At the near side, numbers 35, tripped up near the 40. Officially spotted at the 37-yard line. And a timeout UAPB. So they are going to go for it here.
Yeah, that play's been killing us all game. He's a step away from breaking that thing.
Timeout.
The running back is coming in. The running back is coming in motion and blocking the defensive back. That's a different way of running the bubble screen with the running back as the lead blocker.
Yeah, I mean, Kareem Burke's got the speed.
30-second timeout.
2-time first-team all-district in both football and track and field at Raines High School in Jacksonville. State champion of the 4x400 relay. Then first 2 college seasons at Florida A&M. Only played 10 games. Only had 101 yards, 130 on the ground, 134 yards through the air. They did win the 2023 SWAC title and Celebration Bowl title with the Rattlers and then transferred over now in his second season at Arkansas Pine Bluff.
So you gotta be smart here. You see Rawls coming in at safety. The safeties have to be smart with the play action right here because you can go over the top real quick.
And they've almost burned us 3 times on that deep shot. An overthrow, a drop, and a breakup on guaranteed touchdowns for Pine Bluff. So
playing man down here.
Yeah, only 3-man front for the Cats, as they'll just try and defend everything deep with 28 seconds to go. It's a pitch down the far sideline. What a breakup! Oh, my, Johnny Harris. He was behind the tight end Jackson Isaac, and he reached over the top of Isaac, who's 6'6", 230, and swatted that ball away as he was trying to make the catch.
If he had not swatted that ball away, Rawls would have picked it off. The ball was laid up, and Rawls had a beat for the football.
Still a great defensive play by Johnny Harris. Peters looking, throwing, short middle, bobbled by Jennings, caught at the 45, and at the 46-yard line, he is down. That'll be 3rd down and 2 after an 8-yard pickup. Timeout Arkansas Pine Bluff with 15 seconds to go. So they have 1 timeout remaining. They have time for maybe a quick strike down the middle and an attempt a field goal. With the Wildcats up 14-7 in a defensive contest. Not the way I thought this game was going to go at all. I thought we were going to get a bunch of points.
Yeah, none of us did, but the way the defense for Arkansas Pine Bluff is playing and the way our offense is playing, it's going to be a dogfight, man. I keep saying it. It's going to be nip, and tuck. You know, last week it was a 20-14 game. This might be another 20-14 game. You got to give Arkansas Pine Bluff credit. You know, they've been in the bottom of the East Division along with us and Mississippi Valley. So Mississippi Valley, Bethune-Cookman, and Arkansas Pine Bluff are 3 of the teams that's playing better football right now in the SWAC.
Please put 17 seconds on the game clock.
So 17 seconds on the clock. It'll be 3rd down and 2 for UAPB from their own 46-yard line going right to left. The sun has broken out from behind the partly cloudy skies, and it is right in the faces of UAPB.
Yeah, and they got the wind at their back for a field goal.
Please put 17 seconds on the game clock.
We are still asking for 17 seconds put on the game clock. But, I mean, Arkansas Pine Bluff only has 1 conference title in program history. That was in 2012. They won the SWAC title and also won the HBCU national title back in 2012. So here we go, 3rd and 2. 4 receivers in the pattern, 2-by-2 ball in the middle of the field.
Watch that play down here with the receiver.
Christian Peters rolls to his left, being chased, is going to run out of bounds.
Did he get it? Yeah.
Close to the first down. He will get it at the 47, 48. They gave him the 48 for a first down. 11 seconds left, still 1 timeout for Pine Bluff. They're at their own 48 now.
They're flushing him out the pocket, but there's no containment once he gets outside the pocket.
And he's a speedy guy. So the guys from the backside are not able to get in there.
We're going to see more of this in the 3rd quarter.
1st and 10. Peters drops back 7 steps, throws, almost intercepted on a comebacker at the 50-yard line. He was looking for Jackson Isaac, the tight end, almost picking that off.
Stinnett.
Stinnett coming back from the middle of the field. Now 7 seconds left, and you might as well just take a shot to the end zone here. They still have 1 timeout left, so they want to try something quick to the middle and then maybe a long field goal. We'll see. Trey Glimpf, his long on the year is only 30 yards. He's 0 from 2 from outside 40, so not the biggest leg in the world, but he does have the wind behind him. Peters dropping back, looking, throwing deep. Man out there, incomplete, overthrown, intended for Ellis Stewart.
Good coverage that time. It's going to be, what, 3rd and with 1.5 seconds to go?
Yeah, 3rd and 10, although that doesn't really matter with 1.5 seconds left. You might want to just take one more shot at the end zone. I mean, you have burned the safeties a couple of times, although that time the Wildcats were in position. That was good job by Matthew McKenzie. Lockstep with Stewart on that last play.
We're going to give him plenty of room, too. We got our linebackers are playing 20 yards, 15 yards deep.
It doesn't matter if you get anything underneath. You just can't let them get in the end zone here. Last play of the first half. Wildcats trying to maintain their 14-7 advantage from just shy of midfield. Peters backs up. He rolls right. He looks down the field. Moving receivers. Throwing incomplete. He was chased all the way by LaRon Davis and Steven Sparrow, and that's the end of the first half. The Wildcats have not played very well, but they still lead the Golden Lions of Arkansas Pine Bluff 14-7. Of course, after the Larry Little interview, we'll go more in depth. But, Daryl, your quick thoughts on the first half.
I think we had a little rush from the open week. Plus, I think Arkansas Pine Bluff looked prepared. They really played a defense to stop what Cam was doing. I think the Cats, in the last part of the 2nd quarter, we kind of changed up some things, playing the power back and going to the shorter pass. So I think we made some adjustments to what they're doing to us.
Wildcats 14, Arkansas Pine Bluff Golden Lions 7. It's now time to hear from NFL Hall of Famer Larry Little and BCU alumni as he shares moments from his new book, From the Outhouse to the Penthouse, The Football Journey of LFL Hall of Famer.
It's halftime on the CatEye Radio Network. I'm Larry Steele. Today, we get to talk to a legend. His name is synonymous with Bethune-Cookman University. He's been a head coach, and he's an NFL Hall of Famer. He talks to us about his new book, From the Outhouse to the Penthouse, The Football Journey of Hall of Famer Larry Little. Mr. Little, how you feeling today?
Well, I'm doing fine for an old man. You know, I'm getting up there in age. I have a birthday next week. I'll be knocking on the door at 80, but I'm hanging in there.
So in writing this book, why did you choose the title, From the Outhouse to the Penthouse?
Well, I was born in a small town in Georgia, Groveland, Georgia, and the house that I was born in didn't have an indoor toilet. So the toilet was on outside in the backyard or down the road in the backyard. Mm-hmm. And that's the outhouse that I was born in. And making it to the penthouse is when I was inducted into the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Wow.
And the book is about my journey from the outhouse to the penthouse, the things that I had to go through to get to where I am, to get to the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Tell us about some of those things that you had to go through.
Well, first of all, I wasn't a very good football player when I first went out for football. I was 13 years old, and I grew up here in Miami at Booker T. Washington High School. And during those days, year was from 7th through 12th grade at Booker T. And I went out for football when I was in 9th grade. I was only 13 years old. I didn't turn 14 until September. And most 9th graders that went out for the team along with me quit. I'm the only one that stayed around. And I was still a neophyte playing football. I thought I knew how to play football, but I really didn't. And you could say I was bullied by the older guy that was on the football team. I was called a lot of names. You're sorry, you can't do this, you can't do that. But none of that made me quit. I took it, and I just kept taking it until, I became a better football player. 9th grade, I didn't play at all. I never dressed. I dressed one game for homecoming one year, and I'm sitting on the bench, and some of the veteran players came over, and it was a rainy night. They started smearing blood all over my uniform like I played the game, knowing I didn't play. And, it was kind of humiliating to me at the time, but it was nothing they did to me. It was going to make me quit playing the game that I love and reach the goal that I had put in my head that I wanted to be. Because all of my life, when growing up, I wanted to be a professional football player. Mm-hmm. As a matter of fact, when you were in high school and they say write down what you want to be in life, what you want to do in life, I say a professional football player or a lawyer. I knew good and doggone well I wasn't going to be a lawyer, but I always put professional football player because that was my lifetime goal.
So how did you end up here at Bethune-Cookman? I know there's a story behind that.
Oh, yeah, no doubt. Coming out of high school, it was during the Jim Crow era segregation. We only could go to predominantly black HBCUs. No school recruited me. Well, I'll put it this way. None of the major black schools during that time recruited me, like the FAMU, the Southern, the Grambling, Texas Southern. None of those schools recruited me. The only school that recruited me was Bethune-Cookman and St. Augustine College. That's in Raleigh, North Carolina. All of my high school teammates, but not all of them, most of my high school teammates chose to go to St. Augustine. But I chose to go to Bethune-Cookman because I knew that my parents couldn't afford to bring me home during the short holidays, like a Thanksgiving. I would have to stay up there, but I knew at Daytona Beach, being here in Miami, it would be as hard for me to come from Daytona Beach to Miami. But that was a decision that I made that affected me the rest of my life. The reason why I'm saying that is my senior year in college, St. Augustine dropped football. And just think, if I gone to St. Augustine, we probably wouldn't be having that conversation now. But Bethune-Cookman, I had only two coaches. Another story that I told in the book, when I went to Bethune, there were two people that recruited me, Coach Jack McLaren and Coach Lloyd Tank Johnson. Well, FAMU didn't want me. My high school coach graduated from FAMU, but he wanted me to go to college, but he didn't think I was good enough to make the FAMU football team. That's why he kind of recommended me also to go to Bethune-Cookman. So, this is how I ended up there. And when I got there, it was Tank and Coach Simon, my coaches, that recruited me. When I got there, my freshman year, I looked around. I was looking for the other coaches. Now, at Booker T, Washington, I had 6, 7 different coaches on the staff. And those, I looked for, I said to myself, where are the other coaches? There were no other coaches. Nobody but Coach Tank Johnson and nobody but Coach Simon McLaren. Those were the only two coaches that I had my first few years at Bethune-Cookman. And it was a shock to me that I didn't have more coaches. But it goes to show you what a hell of a job those two men did with our football team at Bethune-Cookman. We only had like 36 or 39 guys on the team. So they were able, Coach Sykes coached the offense, and Coach St. Johnson coached the defense.
Now that brings me to my next question. For anyone listening today who feels stuck in their own outhouse moment, what words of encouragement would you share with them right now?
What I thought about when I wrote the book, too, the words that encouragement, I wanted a lot of young people, not just young men, to read the book. A lot of young people, no matter no matter how hard it was or how hard it is, if you believe in yourself, you can accomplish it. And this is what I did, because although a lot of people didn't believe in me, but I believed in myself. And come hell or high water, I was going to play professional football. I don't know how I was going to do it. I don't know how I was going to get there. But that was my goal, and I said I was going to do it no matter what. And I did reach my goal and become a professional football player, and was fortunate enough to play 14 years, and fortunate enough to be into the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
We're talking with Big Larry Little, NFL Hall of Famer today from the Miami Dolphins, which brings me to my next question, Coach. Do you ever think anybody will ever break the Dolphins' undefeated season record of 14 games in the NFL?
Only thing I can say is 53 years and counting. No, I don't think so. The game is different now, and back in our day, although when we were going undefeated, we played a lot of close games. And another thing that we were disrespected too. Not then, but later on after we went undefeated, people were saying that, oh, we had an easy schedule. Hell, we didn't make our schedule. We had to put the schedule, play the game that was in front of us. Mm-hmm. And we just happened to beat them. Now, we played a lot of close games that year, remind you, but we were able to pull them out and win the football game.
How can people get your book?
Oh, well, I'll be having a book signing in Daytona on Sunday morning. As a matter of fact, it'll be at Books A Million right there with Lou Shamal on Sunday morning from 11 to 1.
All right, from 11 to 1, there is a book signing for everyone that wants a copy of this book. Larry Little will be present. And, of course, you can get from the outhouse to the penthouse, the football journey of Hall of Famer Larry Little.
On the picture, you see me, the picture with on my face. That's an undefeated ring. That's on my finger.
Yes.
And anyone that buys that book will get a replica keychain of that ring.
That happens Sunday from 11 a.m. until 1 p.m. at Books A Million in the Volusia Mall. We look forward to seeing Larry Little and, of course, getting a copy of his book, From the Outhouse to the Penthouse, The Journey of NFL Hall of Famer Larry Little. Thank you for joining us today, Coach Little.
My pleasure. We're looking forward to meeting you.
All right. God bless you. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you.
It's time to go back to the stadium for the second half of today's game between the Arkansas Pine Bluff Golden Lions and your Bethune-Cookman Wildcats. Here's the voice of the Wildcats, Mike Torello and Daryl Natil on the CatEye Radio Network.
Back at Daytona Stadium, it is homecoming here at the stadium. The Pride are on the field doing their halftime performance. They're honoring James Poitier, the Assistant Director of Bands, who is retiring at the end of this year. The Bethune-Cookman Wildcats lead the Arkansas Pine Bluff Golden Lions 14-7, looking for their first win on homecoming since 2018 in what has been a sloppy stop-start game with not a ton of momentum for either side. The only touchdown that Arkansas Pine Bluff got came after a block punt that put them at the 1-yard line. The Wildcats had 2 long touchdown drives, but outside of that, had the block punt, punted the ball 3 times, averaging, before that last drive when Ali Scott Jr. came in, they were averaging under 3 yards a carry. They've bumped that up to 3.7. Here is your full statistical breakdown for the first half. Bethune-Cookman has carried the ball 24 times for 89 yards. That's 3.7 yards per carry. Arkansas Pine Bluff, 14 carries, 47 yards.
This is Ring Ring, Tyler, the creator.
I'll put the band on in the background so you can hear it while I'm talking about the stats. Arkansas Pine Bluff, 14 carries, 47 yards, 3.4 yards per carry. In the passing game, though, Cam Ransom is just 6 of 12, 50% for 74 yards. Christian Peters has been better, 10 of 20, also 50% for 98 yards. Neither team has thrown a passing touchdown. Our UAPB has 3 penalties for 20 yards. The Wildcats 2 penalties for 15 yards. The time of possession is very even, and this is a Wildcats team that has dominated time of possession even in games they've lost. They are first in time of possession in a conference, averaging 32 minutes per game. UAPB is down in 9th with 27 minutes and 47
and now
seconds
they let their field
per
show
game.
speak, and it's speaking all together and all.
But right
locked
now,
in.
the Wildcats,
Duties of
15
this
minutes
white
and
quick and
51
carry
seconds.
dancing to
The
BGs. You should
Golden
be
Lions,
dancing.
14 minutes and 9 seconds. Some individual numbers for you. For Arkansas Pine Bluff, Peters is 10 of 20, 50%, 98 yards. He's taken 1 sack with a long of 19. He's taken 3 deep shots that have almost resulted in big plays. One was an overthrow, one was a breakup, and one was just a plain old drop by a UAPB receiver. Receiving, Stewart has been the best receiver. The freshman has 3 receptions for 48 yards, 16 yards per reception. Burke, 3 receptions, 29 yards. Jennings has 1 for 8. Robinson, 1 for 8. And Hicks, 2 for 5. Rushing the ball, Jennings, 6 carries, 16 yards, 2.5 yards a carry. Sanchez has been better just on 2 carries, 13 yards, that's 6.5 yards per carry. Jennings did have the 1-yard touchdown run after the block punt for UAPB. Burke, 1 carry for 8 yards on a jet sweep as well. Cam Peters
Mr.
as
P's
also
senior year.
I don't know why I keep calling him Cam Peters. It's Christian
WBCC
Peters
8:30 a.m.
also
the
has
song.
fumbled the ball
Don't
once,
ask
and
my
the
neighbor.
Wildcats did recover. For Arkansas Pine Bluff on defense, Moore has 7 tackles. Hilliard and Cole have 5. Mingo has 4. Sterling has 3. Tackles for loss, 2 for Hilliard, 2 for Moore, 1 each for Cole, Mingo, Green, and Green. And sacks, just 1.5 for Hilliard and half for Green, as 2 total sacks for Arkansas Pine Bluff in that first half. Mingo has the only pass breakup for the Golden Lions. For Bethune-Cookman on offense, Cam, 6 of 12, 50%, 74 yards. He's been sacked twice with no touchdowns. Devon Ross has been his favorite target. 3 receptions for 36 yards, 12 yards a reception. Miles Morales has the longest reception of the game for the Wildcats, 1 for 25. Huggins, 1 for 7. And Shaw, 1 for 6. And that's it, passing the ball. Ali Scott Jr. has been the bright spot on offense. 7 carries, 42 yards, 5.7 yards a carry. Javon Ross took 1 jet sweep for 14 yards. Ransom has 9 carries, 12 yards, just 1.3 yards per carry, but did have the 1-yard touchdown run on the tush push. Rashawn Brown, 2 carries, 11 yards. Robinson, 2 carries for 8. And Rodriguez, 3 for 7, as the Wildcats have mostly been bottled up outside that one last drive by Ali Scott Jr. Took the ball and ran with it. For the Wildcats on defense, Steven Sparrow has been flying to the ball. 8 tackles, 1 tackle for loss. Lassiter has 3 tackles. Watts, Harris, Gully, and Lewis each have 2. Lewis has the 1 tackle for loss solo. The assists, Sparrow and Watts combined on the 2 tackles for loss. 1 sack for the Wildcats. It was Jalen Lewis. It was right at the end of that second to last drive for Pine Bluff. They were in field goal range, and that big sack pushed him out of it. A 14-yard loss on that one. 4 passes defended by the Wildcats. Johnny Harris has 3. Malik Stinnett has 1. And Davis has 1. Wildcats back out and starting to warm up for the second half, which is just under 5 minutes away. So let's go around the SWAC. We've got plenty of SWAC action this afternoon. Southern is hosting Florida A&M. No live score currently from that one. I'll try and dig one out. It's Alcorn State at home, 22 over Mississippi Valley State 0. Mississippi Valley State comes here to Bethune-Cookman next week, 22-0 Alcorn State. That game is at halftime. It's the Magic City Classic. Alabama A&M scored first, but Alabama State has gotten all the scoring since. It is 35-6, Alabama State over Alabama A&M with 9 minutes and 4 seconds to go in the first half. That total yardage, 354 for Alabama State, just 34 total yards for Alabama A&M. And, of course, coming up later on tonight, Grambling State and Jackson State in Vegas at the HBCU Las Vegas Classic. Elsewhere, North American University is playing Prairie View for Prairie View's homecoming. I cannot get the stats page for Prairie View to load. I also can't get the stats page for Florida A&M and Southern to load. So let's do some quick Googling to see what we got. The game between Florida A&M and Southern has been pushed back to 5 p.m. It was originally listed as a 2 p.m. start. So that game has not started yet. Florida A&M 2-4, Southern 1-6. And, of course, right here at Daytona Stadium, it is the Bethune-Cookman Wildcats 14, the Arkansas Pine Bluff Lions 7. UAPB does get the ball first to start the second half. It's been a tough one for the Wildcats. They have not really had it their own way. I think they kind of came out and thought they would dominate this Pine Bluff team, a team that is 3-4 UAPB, but 2 of their wins against Lincoln and Westgate Christian, non-NCAA-sponsored teams. It's been tough going. They've played good defense, especially holding the Wildcats' 89 rushing yards and 3.7 yards per carry. Right, this is a UAPB team that gives up 210 rushing yards per game. That's last in the SWAC and 122nd in the country at the FCS level, but they've been doing very well to date. The Wildcats have been stout on defense as well, 3.4 rushing yards per carry for UAPB, just 47 yards on 14 carries for the Golden Lions. The Wildcats give up 185 rushing yards per game. The issue for the Wildcats is the passing yards, 98 passing yards in the first half for Christian Peters. The Wildcats give up 259 passing yards per game. That is last in the conference at 106th in the country as the Pride close out their halftime performance with just under 2 minutes to go in the halftime festivities.
His story written in every note, his spirit alive in every beat. Congratulations, Mr. P.
As once again, Mr. Poitier is retiring, the assistant director of bands. He's got one more home show next week as Wildcats will celebrate Senior Day against Mississippi Valley State. They're also shouting out the middle school and high school bands that make up about 60% of the crowd over on the far side of the field. We are just about set to kick off the second half. UAPB will get the ball to start the third quarter down 14-7. My name is Michael Torillo. Happy to have your company on the CatEye Radio Network and 1380 WELE this afternoon as we say back hello to the booth cam. It is a windy, partly cloudy, 85-degree, perfect homecoming day this afternoon as Daryl is once again back with me on the CatEye Radio Network for the second half. So your quick thoughts on the first half. I've been rambling to the listening public for the last 10 minutes about the first half. What did you make of it?
I think that Arkansas Pine Bluff came in prepared. They knew what they wanted to do against our offense. You know, we got an explosive group. So they did the things they needed to do to slow us down. Here in the latter part of the second quarter, we made some adjustments, putting Ali in. I know you talked about Ali coming in the ball game, and we began to throw the ball a little shorter, taking what they give us. When they bring that blitz, you got to throw the ball short to that side the blitz is coming from. They ran our offense against us.
Defense needs to come out and set the tone, right?
Definitely
because they're on defense. We're on defense first. We're going to be kicking off to UAPB in this third quarter, and really the only time we've given them anything was when they had that 1 yard drive.
On the block punt.
On the block punt.
On the turnover. You know, when you turn the ball over, you know, you give up points, and we gave up 7 points off a turnover. Other than that, we've kind of been, but we didn't break. So here in the second half, don't look for the blowout. Look for the adjustments that the offense makes here in the second half. I kept saying this is a Timmy game. What I meant by a Timmy game was the packages that we put in because of the blitz. And we did make the adjustments in the second quarter.
It's a very black and gold uniform matchup today.
Why did we wear black today? Why did we wear black?
I do not know. The Wildcats are in black jerseys.
And they're wearing black and gold. So Cats kicking off right now with the win at their backs. We won't have the win in the fourth quarter. We're going to have the win in the third quarter. So let's see if we can kick this thing out of the back of the end zone. Here's Dominguez. And he boots it. High kick. Backs him up into the end zone. He's going to down it right there in the end zone. So
that'll be a fair catch. And UAPB is going to come out.
Touchback.
Going to come out to the 25. So, again, the defense hasn't played poorly. Really, the special teams is more to blame for the points that UAPB scored. But UAPB seems like they're like one play away from breaking it open.
But see, this is the kind of game we need. We played against two teams that were a little soft on defense, and we scored some points. But we're going to need to learn how to play these type of football games in our journey to win in the East Division. We got to learn how to play these kind of games.
From the 25-yard line going left to right. UAPB in the black lids with a gold stripe down the middle, white jerseys with black shoulder pads, white pants with a gold stripe. Bethune-Cookman gold helmets, black jerseys, white pants. Double stack receivers. They run a screen far side and getting to the first down sticks.
And that's what they're going to run out of that set. They got two stacked receivers on both sides and just running the bubble screen with a blocker in front. And they're bringing that running back in motion to also be a blocker.
That was Ellis Stewart. I had my play sheet upside down. Which
how do you do that?
I don't know.
That's the guy in pink over there with all
the
pink.
Ellis Stewart. He's the guy with the hot pink undershirt and sleeves. Very easy to spot out there. He's also their leading receiver on the day. That'll be an 8-yard pickup as he went out of bounds to the far sideline at the 33-yard line. Got to get to the 35 for a first down. Christian Peters in the gun. Jalen Jennings on his right hip. He'll get the handoff up the middle, pushing the pile for a first down up past the 40, and they'll spot it right at that 40-yard line.
Yeah, their running game is decent this afternoon.
Their running game is averaging 3.4 yards to carry. The Wildcats 3.7. As it'll be 1st and 10 for Arkansas Pine Bluff.
This is a big drive. We got to stop them here.
At the 40-yard line, going left to right. The Golden Lions coming in 3-4 on the year, same as the Wildcats, but they're 1-2 in the conference, whereas the Wildcats are 2-1, trying to keep pace with the top of the teams in this East Division. And the Wildcats will swarm Jalen Jennings off on a handoff and get no yards right at the 40-yard line. A lot more of that, please, from the defensive front. Cornelius Bass made the stop for BCU along with Lawan Lurie.
Okay, we got trips to the near side here. Actually, 4 receivers to this side, counting tight end.
And nobody on the far side. Ball left hash on 2nd and 10. Wildcats still middle pressure. Throw a screen to the far side, and it's blown up immediately. That's going to be a loss of at least 4, maybe 5. They threw a bubble screen to Davery Robinson, and Naeem Lassiter almost caught the ball for him. He was that close to it.
He was almost blocked into the interception because the slot man was trying to block him from the rear, and he almost caught the football.
Well, that wouldn't be the first time Lassiter took one to the house this year. He already had a pick 6 against Edward Waters back in week 3.
The big play right here. We got to get off the field. His 3rd down and about 14.
Loss of 5 officially makes it 3rd down and 15 at the 35-yard line. Got to get to midfield for a first down if you're Arkansas Pine Bluff. Wildcats will play 4 on the defensive line and drop 5 in coverage. They do show token pressure. Now they'll back off. Peters with time, escapes, throws the screen far side on an outlet pass to Jennings. He is wrestled down by Lassiter and dragged out of bounds. A gain of 7 yards up to the 42-yard line. That'll be 4th down.
Getting off the field on 3rd down is huge in this game with a 14-7 lead. The Cats defense stand tall this time. That's one of those stops I was talking about.
And I know you can't really hear it because of the wind, but there is a big crowd out here today at Daytona Stadium.
Huge.
And probably double the amount of people that are in the stadium are out back at the tailgate, didn't even come in the stadium.
And there are people still coming in. There's some people leaving because of the band, but there's people still coming down that sidewalk.
4th down, a punt is coming up for Zach Widener, his 4th punt of the afternoon. High snap, 2 steps, kick to the far sideline, into the wind. Fair catch called for. It bounces and takes a neutral roll at the 27-yard line, and that's where the Wildcats will have their first possession of the second half. Got off the field, right?
Now let's see what adjustments we make on offense. Let's see how we counter the blitz that they're doing on the weak side. Let's see if we run the ball with Ali and throw the short. Ali's in the game.
Yep. Ali Scott Jr., who in that first half, mostly on that final drive, 7 carries, 42 yards, 5.7 yards per carry, and the 5-yard touchdown run.
Now we got the same formation they had.
2 receivers to each side. They're stacked on top of each other at the numbers. Ball right hash. Play action, screen far side. That's complete at the 30-yard line, and falling out of bounds is Malik Huggins. That'll be a gain of about 5.
Exact same play they ran out of the formation, and the exact same amount of yards that they got. We ran the same play that they got.
Yeah, but then the second time they ran it, we sacked them for a 5-yard loss.
Same formation again. Let's see if we run it this time.
Exact same formation on 2nd down and 5. Cam hands the ball off to Scott. He's hit and gets nothing. Tries to keep moving the pile. He does move his feet to the 40. That'll bring up 3rd down and 3 at the 35-yard line. 35-yard line. So big 3rd down here. The Wildcats punted 4 times in that first half after punting 0 times against the entire game against Southern 2 weeks ago.
You can't take this team light because of their record. This team is playing great defense today.
3rd and 3. Wildcats need to get to the 37 for a 1st down.
Curl route.
Watch that edge pressure being shown by Arkansas Pine Bluff. Elijah Jenkins looks like he wants to come in on a backside blitz. Wildcats will move Mobley in the 4 seconds on the clock, 3 seconds on the clock. Wildcats snap the ball. Cam back to pass. Pressured. Throws. Incomplete. Threw it behind Bun Bun Ross on the far sideline. And even if he had thrown it the right direction, he probably would have been picked off because Christian Gamage was right there. And another 3 and out, the 5th punt of the game for Bethune-Cookman.
That wasn't the play I was looking for.
Yeah. And remember the last time the Wildcats punted in this area of the field, Max Tulin had one blocked that was set at the 1-yard line, and immediately Arkansas Pine Bluff scored to tie the game. And that was midway through the 3rd quarter.
He threw that ball in the teeth of the defense that time.
Tulin punting with the wind, but into a very strong setting sun. This time he gets it away cleanly. The wind is going to take it back to the 15. Overhead catch by Burke at the 10. He's running to the left side of the field, being chased by about 10 different Wildcats, and he's tackled around the 15-yard line.
I'll say about 7 out of the 11 had him.
So Arkansas Pine Bluff still down by 7.
So it's a field position battle right here.
Seeing their defense continuously stop the Wildcats must give belief to this UAPB offense.
Definitely.
This is complete opposite of how we thought this game was going to go.
Definitely. They did their homework, and we had a week off to kind of really throw our timing off. I have not seen Cam this erratic in a while.
He was 50% in the first half. He's now below that.
Got to play D, though. We can't relax. We can't relax here. We can't let them drive.
14-7 Bethune-Cookman, 10 minutes and 12 seconds to go in the 3rd quarter. It's 1st and 10 for Arkansas Pine Bluff from their own 15 going left to right.
A turnover would be great down here.
Man in motion across the formation, puts 2-by-2 the receivers. They run the screen again, and the Wildcats blow it up again.
And he almost picked it off again, too.
They ran the screen to Burke. This time it was Antoine Watts that got in the backfield.
No, Johnny Harris,
was it Harris?
Almost picked that thing off. He turns around. He has a pick 6. Goodness.
If I'm Pine Bluff, I don't run that play again because that's they only lost 2 on that one, but still, that's a dangerous throw. A little inside bubble screen. The Wildcats are reading it all the way. 2nd down and 12 after the loss of 2 now. Christian Peters, the graduate transfer from Shaw University, one of the finalists for the Harlan Hill Award last year, the Division II equivalent of the Heisman. Everybody in the pattern. 5 receivers. Here's the blitz. There's the sack. Back at the 5-yard line. Jalen Lewis, his 2nd sack of the game. That was a vicious backside hit.
Jay Lewis, a little redshirt sophomore from Pensacola, Washington, came off that edge like a steamboat.
That was the exact same play he got the sack in the first half, too.
That's his play.
Just that weak side blitz. Linebacker comes steaming around the edge. Quarterback has no idea, and he just got walloped back at the 5-yard line.
Okay, it's 3rd and long, guys. Let's get off the field here.
3rd down and 15. Ball at the 5. Got to get to the 25. So 3rd down and 20, excuse
Watch
me.
that wheel route to the near side, too. Coming out of the
3
backfield.
to the wide side left, single right. They send the receiver in motion to the left-hand side as well. Peters in his own end zone. Looking, throwing, batted down at the line of scrimmage, and it falls incomplete. Great job by Jeremy Greaves to bat that ball in the air and not let it get to its intended receiver.
You know, in the beginning of the ball game, I talked about putting players in position for them to excel. That's one of them right there, because Jeremy Greaves, he's a little undersized tackle, but he did come in that time and batted that ball down. He had him in the right place at the right time. Good call, Coach.
6'1", 245, Greaves, the junior from Clewiston, Florida, his entire college career.
I call
played
him
right
Little Ray
here
Lewis. Little Ray Lewis. He looks just like Ray Lewis.
Now, I would come after the punt here because Zach Widener is standing with his heels 2 yards in front of the back of the end zone.
But he's kicking against the wind.
He is kicking against the wind. Lots of motion up front for Pine Bluff, maybe trying to draw the Wildcats off sides. Snap, hold, punt is away cleanly. They did come after it, but it's going to be great field position for the Wildcats as it's fair caught at the 33-yard line, and a flag flies in late from the back judge. Fair catch interference, maybe? That's the only thing I can think of.
Gotta be.
Because it was a long run from Malik Huggins. He ran from the 50 all the way to the 35 to make the catch.
No, nobody was blocking.
And there was a lot of white jerseys around it, but we'll see what the penalty is. The Wildcats will have the ball in very good field position.
Well, Coach looks like he's a little upset, so like it's against us. What could they have called?
Holding on the return team.
How was there holding? There wasn't even a return. It was a fair catch.
First down.
Oh, my goodness. Special teams penalties, Daryl. How many times do we have running into the kicker penalties against Southern?
Yeah.
Okay, it's going to back us up to midfield. Oh, no, close. Well, at the 43.
Daryl, do you remember the first drive of the game where we had a great return by Javon Ross, put us all the way on the 35, and all we did was go backwards 15 yards and punt?
Absolutely, I remember that.
We've got a chance to reverse that curse. And during this media timeout, let's hear what our new social media director, Jade Barquette, has to say as she previews Bethune-Cookman women's basketball.
10 days away from hoop season, and women's basketball is set to begin year 4 under head coach Janelle Creighton Del Rosario. With 9 newcomers on this roster, how have they integrated into your system of play?
They've done great. 9 newcomers is a lot. We also have 2 new coaches on staff, but I think everybody has welcomed the new challenges. With that many newcomers, everything's new. Even for the returners, it's a brand new team, so it's a brand new operation. It's a brand new approach, and so I think everybody has integrated into this new team.
With an overhauled roster and a new look coaching staff, this team is poised to exceed expectations after being picked 7th in the SWAC preseason poll.
So we're really working on being a faster team, a little bit more aggressive, both offensively and defensively, as well as a team that is built around a lot of discipline, around a lot of accountability, really just coming in with a sense of urgency. We really want to make a splash. We want to do some big things and get better every year. And I think those 9 newcomers feel that and are excited to get started.
Tuskegee transfer and Little Rock native Alexandria Johnson comes to this Wildcat roster and already stepping into a leadership role.
I'm a very vocal leader, and I like to set by example. I like to be the example before I tell people to follow me. Everybody enjoys each other's presence, and when we all get together, we have fun with each other. We're all new, so everybody started off at the same place.
Thank you, Jade, for that preview of women's basketball. Their first game is the 4th of November against UCF. First down and 10 for Bethune-Cookman. They're on positive territory after the short punt. The handoff goes to Scott. Running left, he is ripped down for maybe a gain of 1. Not a ton happening there. We've gone back to doing what we did in the first half with their strong side runs, no motion, no deception, no nothing. And now it's 2nd down and 9. The Wildcats of the Pine Bluff 42. Cam with 3 receivers to aim at to the right, 2 stacked up in the slot, including the tight end Miles Morales. Snap to Cam, here comes the blitz. Cam stands in the pocket, fumbled the ball on the pit. The ball is loose, it's on the ground, and Arkansas Pine Bluff looks like they have it. No, the Wildcats barely get on top of it. Recovered by Tico Schultz. Almost disaster, Daryl.
Holding the ball too long, waiting for a receiver to break open. You can't run those deep routes against that blitz. You got to throw the ball short to the side where the blitz is coming from. I keep harping on that, but Cam's holding it too long. There's a flag on the play.
There is a flag on the play.
Maybe holding downfield.
Well, we can only hope because it's now going to be 3rd down at a country mile.
Defense, number 2. It's a 10-yard penalty, automatic, 1st down.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. We just got away with one.
Well, there's a time where you're going to get these kind of calls at the right time, and that was the right time to have that after we fumbled the football.
Well, that reminds me of a couple of the penalties that Southern had last week where they really just shot themselves in the foot.
We got to make them pay for it, though. We got to put points on the board here. 7 would be great.
Wildcats 14, Golden Lions 7. 7 minutes and 35 seconds to go in the 3rd quarter. Nobody has scored in this 3rd quarter. And now we're debating on where the spot of the ball should be.
Well, they threw the flag, and it's from the spot of the foul. So they moved the flag after it was thrown. So maybe
they've spotted the ball at the 32-yard line of Arkansas Pine Bluff.
That's a first down.
But yeah, the referee said it was a first down, but they haven't moved the chains yet. Now they'll move the chains, as the chain gang was a little bit slow on the upkeep there. 1st and 10 for BCU from the 32-yard line, going right to left. Handoff Scott, trying to pick his way through. Correction, that's Kamani Robinson. Gets spun around by an offensive lineman, still pushing the pile. Inside the 15, to the 10. What a run by Kamani Robinson. Only his 2nd carry of the day, and he makes it count.
The little guy carried that pile, 15, 20 yards.
Yeah.
Man.
1st and goal from the 10. Cam, snap, handoff. Robinson up the middle. Big hole, stumbling his way. Inside the 5, down at the 3.
It's Robinson time right now. That little young fella puts his pads north and south, and he's only 190 pounds, but he gets through there.
2nd and goal. Spot the ball at the 2-yard line for the Wildcats, trying to take a 2-score lead for the first time today. The handoff, no, Cam keeps it around the right-hand side, and he leaps for joy into the end zone. Touchdown, Bethune-Cookman. Touchdown, maroon and gold.
Good-looking answer that time for the Cats.
The Wildcats turned on the Jets like that. They bring Kamani Robinson in. He gets 1 good run, 2 good runs. They fake it. Both linebackers bite on the fake, and Cam Ransom goes untouched for 6.
I said we're going to look for the adjustments. You know what the adjustment was? The offensive line. The offensive line, they really drove the ball downfield behind that offensive line, opened up holes for Ali and Robinson.
Wildcats need to thank their lucky stars about that.
Yeah, that penalty.
That penalty really hurt Arkansas Pine Bluff.
A good team will capitalize, and we capitalized. Kick us up and good.
Extra point was almost blocked, but Dominguez gets it up and through.
Every hole.
6 minutes and 40 seconds left to go in the 3rd quarter. Wildcats, for the first time tonight, have a 2-score lead, 21-7 over Arkansas Pine Bluff. We'll take a break and be right back. This is BCU Athletics on the CatEye Network and 1380 WELE. Back at Daytona Stadium, the Wildcats take a 21-7 lead over the Arkansas Pine Bluff Golden Lions. They take advantage of a short field and go 5 plays, 43 yards, capped by a 2-yard rushing touchdown for Cam Ransom. But that drive was the drive of Kamani Robinson. 22 yards and then 8 yards to set up the 1st and goal.
I think we're kind of wearing them down up front. You got to continue to knock on that door running the football in the offensive line. Those guys are unheralded. I say it all the time. They were the difference.
I told Larry during the break, I'm going to repeat it here because I think it's worth saying. I think the players that the Wildcats have right now are outperforming the coaching decisions by just making great plays. That one is a kick out of the back of the end zone. Out but to the 25 comes Arkansas Pine Bluff. The Wildcats on that drive goes over 100 rushing yards in the game, 124 yards, 4.3 yards per carry. Wildcats haven't done much through the air, just 7 receptions for 79 yards. Cam 7 of 14. But again, you are playing one of the worst rushing teams statistically in the country. You should be able to run the ball, and maybe now that we're wearing that defensive front down, Darryl, we'll have some more success running the ball in the second half.
Let's see what Pimpleton continues to do because it's back by committee right now. You got Ali came in one series, and then you brought the strong, quick guy, Robinson, in, and he just took over the backfield.
Christian Peters and company on the Pine Bluff offense have 3 receivers to the right, ball left hash. Jalen Jennings sidecar right with Peters in the backfield. Peters rolls left, looking, now under pressure, rolls back to the right, escapes the pocket, has wide open field. Flag flies, 30, 35, 40, far sideline, 45 and out of bounds near midfield. That's a 20-yard run, but we'll see what the flag is.
I think it's a defensive hold on us.
A defensive hold.
On the scramble, we grabbed one of their receivers. Yeah,
that was a design quarterback roll to the right-hand side for Peters. There was nobody open. I thought we were going to get a sack.
No.
And I think it is going to be defensive holding. That'll give a long, long way for Arkansas Pine Bluff. That'll put them deep in Wildcat territory. Every time we do something good in this game, it seems like we give it right back.
Holding on the defense, number 13. That penalty is added to the end of the run. 1st down.
That's a 40-yard gain.
Yeah, 40-yard gain. Naeem Lassiter called for the hold. They'll spot the ball at the Wildcat 43-yard line. So from the 25 to the opposite 43 in one play.
How can you call holding if it's not a pass? It was a run.
1st and 10 for Arkansas Pine Bluff. They bring the tight end in on the left-hand side. Pitch the ball to Jennings. Jennings breaks through, and he's going to be rumbled out of bounds near the 30-yard line. That's 11 yards and a 1st down, depending on where they spot the ball. Now I'll give him 9.
That's a play that can hurt us, that quick pitch, man.
That's the same play that Ali Scott Jr. scored the game-winning touchdown on against Alabama A&M. Just tight end as the extra blocker on the left-hand side, pitch the ball out to the running back and let him cut back against the grain.
Need a big play by the defense right here. How about a turnover down here?
That was 9 yards on 1st down, 2nd and 1, inside the 35 at the 34-yard line for Arkansas Pine Bluff. Christian Peters with Jennings in the backfield. 3 receivers in the pattern, 3 right. Peters looks, pressure off the edge. Peters escapes, chucks it deep into the end zone. Man there, touchdown Arkansas Pine Bluff. DeAvery Robinson, his 3rd touchdown of the season.
Field's a touchdown.
They've gone for that big play now 4 times. The first 3 times it didn't hurt us. Finally, that was a good pass, and the receiver didn't drop the ball, and that's it.
Yeah, he broke containment, found the receiver over the middle for the touchdown, so it's right back at 21-14. It's going to be a dogfight. I'll keep telling you guys.
5 minutes and 33 seconds to go in the 3rd quarter, and the Wildcats went up by 2 scores for the first time today, and immediately Pine Bluff responded. Here's the extra point from Glimpf. Flag flies.
Offsides.
Kick is good.
We were offsides.
So, offsides on us. The Wildcats, penalties, man. Remember that turned that 25-yard gain into a 40-yard gain, and then the big pass.
Offside, 27 of the defense. That penalty is a decline. The PAT is good.
So the Lions and the Wildcats continue to battle. Maybe the offenses have come out to play here in the second half. 5 minutes and 33 seconds left to go in the third quarter. We'll take a timeout and be right back. This is BCU Football, the CatEye Radio Network at 1380 WELE. Back at Daytona Stadium, it's 21-14. Bethune-Cookman Wildcats over UAPB Lions with 5 minutes and 33 seconds to go in the third quarter. That UAPB scoring drive, just 3 plays, 75 yards, 22 yards on a Christian Peters run, plus a 15-yard penalty for Naeem Lassiter on hold. Jalen Jennings, a 9-yard run to the BCU 34, and then a 34-yard touchdown right down the middle to Davery Robinson. And the Wildcats are letting an Arkansas Pine Bluff team hang around in this football game. And Larry was telling me during the break that we got to open up the offense here and find something. We got to outscore them now.
You got to answer this because you don't want to give them another opportunity with the momentum right now to get the ball back without a score.
And you've got the wind in this third quarter.
Absolutely.
Trey Glimpf kicking off left to right. It's going to be a short kick, goes to the up man at the 30-yard line. Cutting back across the field. It's Dominguez at the 35, in traffic at the 40. Oh, he got a block at the 50-yard line, near side, and pushed out of bounds inside the 45-yard line. This will be the third Wildcat drive, and a penalty is going to fly late as the helmet came off of Trey Glimpf. The Wildcats, Jordan Johnson, the safety on special teams, ripped the helmet off of the kicker.
Oh, my God, we don't need those penalties like that.
But that'll be, without the penalty, the third time the Wildcats will have started in plus territory. They had 1 punt and 1 touchdown.
Let's see what happened. Maybe it was on them.
Nah, there's no way. There's no way because there was a couple of retaliatory shoves by Pine Bluff.
After the play, dead ball, personal foul, number 24 of the kicking team.
Come on, man. That was 30 yards down the field.
Penalty.
Yeah, that was nowhere near the play either. And it erases a really good return by Juan Rodriguez. That's 2 really good returns as an up man for Rodriguez today. But it'll spot the ball back in the Wildcat side of the field at the 42-yard line. Not terrible field position by any means.
That one to put him in the backfield the way he's running.
But he hasn't ran the ball very well today as a running back. Rodriguez, 3 carries, 7 yards.
Let's see who's the back now. Okay, you got Robinson in.
Kamani Robinson's going to come in. Cam in the gun with Robinson on his left hip. Ross in the slot on the right. Huggins on the left. Here we go. 1st and 10 from the 42 going right to left. The handoff on the reverse. A double reverse flea flicker.
Open.
Cam throws deep middle. The pass is caught by Mobley at the 15. Fighting through contact at the 10. And he is down at the 5-yard line. That is the trick play of the season. Miles Morales. What a... Oh, no, Josh Evans. I got the player wrong 3 times. Josh Evans, that was a reverse flea flicker to Cam, and his long bomb to Evans is good. First and goal from the 6. Kamani Robinson, touchdown Bethune-Cookman, touchdown Maroon and Gold off the right edge.
That's the way you answer a team that just came back and scored on you. You come back with a trick play, the double reverse flea flicker pass that goes about 60 yards, and then Robinson just barreled it down the throat for the touchdown.
The defense for the Lions was still shell-shocked. They weren't even ready, and Robinson just got up. I'm watching the replay.
That was incredible.
Right now.
It looked like a double snap almost. That ball was shot back to Cam.
It was a handoff.
And then a pitch
to Robinson. Robinson pitched the ball on a reverse to Ross as he was coming to Ross. And then Ross pitched it back to Cam, who threw it down. That was ridiculous.
Pimpleton, man. Coach Pimpleton.
That was ridiculous.
Uh-oh.
Extra point.
Oh.
Good. Barely got it.
The hold every time.
Yeah, the hold was not great by Max Tulin, but the extra point is up. And
timeout.
Good.
Man, oh man, oh man. Coach Pimpleton, man, I'm going to give you your credit, man. You come up with some stuff, man, that always stifles the defense at the right time. That play there, I have never seen that run before.
I'm still speechless. A 53-yard pass to Josh Evans. Apologies to Josh Evans. I thought he was two different people before I actually saw a number. I thought it was Mobley. Then I thought it was Morales, and then Evans made the catch. So that's unfortunately, that play was cool, but it's not going on the highlight reel.
I'll go back and watch it on the CatEye Network just to see that play because that ball was like it popped up in the air, and Cam caught it, and he just something it down the field, and it was actually underthrown.
Yeah,
the receiver had to
and
come
that
back
was
and
a
get
great catch by Evans, too, because it was underthrown. He was way behind the DB, had to come back for it, and out-jumped the DB for the ball.
And then carried three of their defenders down to the 2. Well, okay.
All right.
Maybe we're seeing something in this team that we need down the road. We're seeing them play a tight nip into a game, but we're also seeing us answer. We have not seen this kind of football in a few years. We're answering the call, answering the bell every time Arkansas Pine Bluff puts pressure on us.
Well, now it's fun football, right? It was the first half of slow, sloppy, low-scoring.
Yeah.
Now both teams are opening up the playbook.
And we're almost at our average, too, points per game.
The Wildcats answer a 3-play, 75-yard drive with a 2-play, 58-yard drive, a 53-yard pass on a reverse flea flicker. I don't think I've ever said that before in my life, and I may never say it again.
After a bonehead penalty on the kickoff.
Yeah, remember we were inside the 40 on the kickoff and then moved us back. And then Kamani Robinson for 5 yards off the right-hand side, and the Pine Bluff defense was still shell-shocked from that deep play.
It's a great sign when you can overcome your mistakes, when you can overcome penalties, and you can take advantage of their mistakes. It shows growth. This team still is a team that's 3 and 4. We're still learning, but we're learning some great things here in this game because we're able to answer scores even though we're not playing the top of our game. Now it's a shootout. Now they're playing our kind of game. You know, in basketball, most teams want a running gun. Now we got a running gun game, and that's our style.
Stay up to date with everything Bethune-Cookman Athletics by checking out the Wildcats on social media. Give BCU Athletics a like on Facebook and follow the Wildcats on X and Instagram at BCU_Athletics. For the latest on BCU football, follow at BCU Gridiron on X and Instagram. So Dominguez getting set to kick off right to left. Wildcats gold helmets, black jerseys, white pants.
Kick that thing out of the end zone, man.
Looking for their first homecoming win here at home since 2018, a win over Mississippi Valley. That kick spins through the end zone and out. Juan Dominguez would like to do that one more time with the win.
Yeah.
4 minutes and 48 seconds left to go in the third quarter. Wildcats 28, Lions 14. But remember, the Lions had a three-play 75-yard drive before the Wildcats responded. So we might be in the run and gun game now.
But they're playing our type of game. We want to play the high-speed chase game, and that's what it is now.
Wildcats have the 2-score advantage again, 28-14. Last time they had it at 21-7. It didn't really stay there for long. Here we go. First and 10 from the 25. Arkansas Pine Bluff going left to right. Man in motion to the left-hand side. They pitch the ball to the left-hand side to Jalen Jennings. He falls forward for a 5-yard gain to the 30.
They're sticking to their script. That's the first play they ran the last time out of that formation.
Yep. You just got to stay home, stay in your gaps, and make tackles. Officially ruled a 4-yard carry at the 29. They're trying to get Jennings in space, the transfer from East Mississippi Community College, the junior originally out of Columbus, Ohio. He's been the main running back. Play action. Peters looking long. One-on-one coverage near sideline. It is
incomplete.
Caught but out of bounds. A leaping catch by Robinson is incomplete.
Stinnett had coverage. What happened?
Robinson got a dap up on the sideline from Juan Rodriguez. He was like, hey, man, good catch. You were just out of bounds.
Okay. I missed that.
So they took a shot on 2nd and 7, or 2nd and 6. Now it's 3rd and 6 on the 29. Wildcats haven't gotten off the field with the consistency they did in the first half here. Got to get a 3rd down stop. One receiver on the left, that's Ellis Stewart. 3 to the wide side right, ball left hash. Peters against the 4-man front now sends Jennings out in motion. Peters, quarterback keeper.
No.
He got absolutely nothing.
He got out of that.
He
though.
got out of there a little bit,
Picked up 1 yard.
scrambled to the left, and fell forward
comes
by
the punt.
1 yard. Steven Sparrow got the tackle. Steven Sparrow has been everywhere today, man. He had 8 tackles in the first half.
Steven Sparrow is a former converted cornerback playing linebacker. He beefed up over the summer. He's huge up top, but he's a strong safety size playing linebacker. Great play by the eye.
9th tackle of the game for Steven Sparrow Jr.
You heard what I call him? The eye.
The eye.
The eye is on the sparrow, buddy.
The eye of the storm. Now Zach Widener getting ready to
Nothing
punt from
stupid
just
here,
inside
guys.
the 20 yards, punting into the wind.
Nothing stupid.
Snap, punt.
Uh-oh.
Penalty flag flies. Fair caught at the 34-yard line by Malik Huggins right in the middle of the
Now
field.
what they call him?
And the only Wildcat in the vicinity of the flag was Jaden Davis, who's played a good game at safety.
Coach is mad at him. That's going to get him a 1st down, huh? Or is that a post after the kick?
I don't know.
Holding, number 21, during the return. 10-yard penalty, 1st down.
So it's Jalen Lewis, not Jaden Davis.
It's 10-yard penalty. We got the 1st down.
We did. It is our ball, but again, special teams penalties. I mean, Pat Brown, special teams coordinator, is going to have a fit in practice this week. They'll be running the wind sprints.
And he and Coach Sobridge, our special team is one of the bright spots, with the tackling and the kicking and the things that we've been doing all season. But today is a little raggedy, man.
So that'll back the Wildcats up all the way to the 24-yard line.
Goodness gracious. Let's dig out of this hole.
I would love to sustain the drive here. And I don't think either team has really sustained drives at all this game. Where they've scored, it's been quick, or they've gotten off the field quick. 1st and 10. The handoff goes to Scott. He powers through the A-gap, forces his way through.
8 yards.
And, there's some after-play scrumming going on. No call. 9-yard pickup by Ali Scott Jr., doing what Ali does, just right up the middle of the field, moving the pile for 9 yards on 1st down.
I'm going to say it again. Unheralded, the offensive line. They're blowing these guys off the ball right now.
Now they'll bring the freshman, Rashawn Brown, into the game of the Wildcats. He's on the right hip of Cam. 3 receivers. Handoff Brown on 2nd and 1. He scampers to the left-hand side, turns the corner at the 40, and out of bounds at the 42-yard line. That'll be a 1st down, Bethune-Cookman. Haven't seen a lot of Rashawn Brown today. Mostly he's been bottled up because of that edge blitz, right? But that time he was able to escape and turn the corner.
Good call that time. That was a crease there, but he wanted to bounce it outside. But if he continued to run north and south, he'd have got a few more yards.
2 minutes, 40 seconds to go, 3rd quarter. Wildcats with a 28-14 lead over UAPB, looking for more. The handoff goes up the middle into the pile, still turn at his feet, at a 3-yard carry for Rashawn Brown. 44 on the tackle. That's Derek Murdoch, the redshirt freshman from Little Rock, Arkansas.
Now, Rashawn Brown has a unique nickname, the Human Joystick.
Human Joystick. I like that because he makes so many of those juke moves in the middle of the field like you're playing Madden.
Mm-hmm. The freshman from Pahokee.
Or I guess you can say college football now because the video game is back, college football video game. Has anybody listening put Bethune-Cookman in the game? Downloaded the mod that puts Bethune-Cookman in the game?
I'm sure they have because Malik Stevens and Bonbon are real gamers. We talked about it on my podcast.
2-by-2, the receivers on 2nd and 8, ball middle of the field at the 43-yard line. Cam back to pass, throws far side, wide open is Lorenzo Jenkins. He jukes, he gets a first down at the 47-yard line of Pine Bluff. It takes 3 white jerseys to eventually bring him down. That's the first reception of the game and first target for the man out of Beaver Falls.
Yeah, the little guy out of Beaver Falls, the Pitt transfer. We like to talk about him. Zoe, man, is a guy, man, that all the guys on the team love him.
That time he just went on a little 5-yard out, caught the ball, turned upfield, and got the first down.
Good-looking pass, too.
Into UAPB territory at the 47-yard line. Cam now brings the fullback in on the right-hand side. Huggins in motion. Handoff goes up the middle on a delayed handoff to Rashawn Brown. Got 1 yard. I would have thought they were going to do the jet sweep there because Huggins was coming in motion, and the tight end was on the right-hand side, and they ran the ball to the weak side with Brown.
Ball is in the middle of the field right now, so you can run anything. You probably can run it now. That thing was on the right hash mark. It's kind of hard to run the jet sweep that way. It's in the middle of the field now.
55 seconds to go, third quarter. This will be the last play of the third. 2nd down and 9 for the Cats from just inside Pine Bluff territory at the 46-yard line. Cam with Brown. Motions Brown to the left. Cam looks, throws middle. Caught just shy of the 40 on a drag route by Ricky Shaw. And that'll be the end of the third quarter. It'll be 3rd down and 5 coming up for the Wildcats as we go to the final frame here.
You notice the kind of passing game we're going now, right? We're doing the short passes to combat that blitz.
There is still 20 seconds left. Play clock is under game clock, so the Wildcats could run one more play if they wanted to, but everybody's just milling around.
Let's go.
Nobody's really in formation. Now they run quickly to the line with 10 seconds. With 8 seconds now, Cam gets into his 3-point stance. Now they snap the ball with 5 on 3rd down. They run the ball up the middle. Rashawn Brown is pushing the pile, and he's a yard short. Needed the 42, got to the 43, and a big 4th down potential inside the Pine Bluff 40, and they're going to have a lot of time to think about it as that's the end of the third quarter. The giant homecoming crowd here at Daytona Stadium wants the Wildcats to finish the game. They got 15 minutes to try and build on this 28-14 lead they've got over Arkansas Pine Bluff. This is Bethune-Cookman University football on the flagship station for Wildcat Sports, 1380 WELE and the CatEye Radio Network. Fourth quarter on tap from Daytona Stadium. It's the Bethune-Cookman Wildcats 28, the Arkansas Pine Bluff Golden Lions 18. Bethune-Cookman looking for their first homecoming win since 2018 and their 3rd win all time over UAPB. They would be a perfect 3-0 if they can make this 14-point advantage stick. Thank you for listening to the CatEye Radio Network today. Michael Torello and Daryl Natil bringing you all the action from a gorgeous golden hour at Daytona Stadium as the sun sets behind the left-hand stand.
In the jungle.
In the jungle.
This is a big fourth down play right here to keep the drive going.
The Wildcats will have 4th down and 1. They are inside UAPB territory, attacking the end zone to listeners' right as we begin the fourth quarter. They're at the 43. They got to get to the 42. Ollie Scott Jr. is my call.
Ollie Scott Jr. to the right side off.
Or Cam on either the, I don't like the tush push, but when they got the second touchdown, when they faked the handoff, drew the defenders, and he went end around, something like that, some misdirection. Because if we put man on man, we haven't been winning those battles in the middle of the field.
I just don't want to see a pass here. I don't want to see a pass. I want to see them run the football.
It's Kamani Robinson.
Robinson's in the game.
He might be the distraction for Cam, though. We'll see. 4th and 1.
Tough call here, man.
A couple of the people here have tried to beat the traffic, but it's still about 80% full down on that grandstand. As the fans want to see their Wildcats win.
Down.
They want to see their Wildcats win their 4th game in 5. Their 4 wins will be the most in the SWAC era. Can they do it? 4th and 1. Clap. Movement up front, no flag. They were trying to get a hard count, trying to get him to jump off sides.
Still got 15 seconds on the play clock.
Now 10. They're showing strong side run to the right. There's an extra man there defensively. The handoff goes to Cam. He keeps it around the right-hand side. Slides for a first down to the 39. That's a beautiful play.
That's the play. Get down, gets the first down, and get down.
My apologies. That's the 41 is where those spot because the way they start to slide. Still a first down. Hey, I called it, though. That was one of the things I said. Fake the handoff, end around.
You could be a offensive coordinator in your own world.
In my own head, maybe. On the video games, maybe, but not in real life.
I bet Larry's laughing back at the studio.
1st and 10 at the 36-yard line of Arkansas Pine Bluff. This time they'll hand the ball up the middle. Trying to move the pile is Kamani Robinson. He gets maybe 3 up to the 33-yard line.
Smash mouth time right here.
And I want the time of possession, right?
Yep.
One of the stats I said at halftime is the Wildcats are the best team in the conference and one of the best in the country at time of possession, averaging 32 minutes per game. They've got only 23 to 21 minutes. It's a 2-minute advantage in time of possession in this afternoon's ball game.
Blitz.
Robinson runs right through the blitz, spins through contact. First down at the 25-yard line. He's close. Oh, he got it. At the 25-yard line. That's a 9-yard run. First down, Bethune-Cookman. Approaching the red zone of the 25, trying to break the spirit of Arkansas Pine Bluff. Somebody just put some food down in the press box. I can smell it from all the way over here.
The city manager. Come take care of me.
2 receivers left, single right. They bring Javon Ross in motion. Hand the ball off to Robinson. He cuts back against the grain, and he drags defenders for 9 yards to the 17-yard line is where they'll officially spot him. Kamani Robinson, he had the touchdown after the long pass on the last drive. And now he has continued to prove why he is RB1 in this system after missing last week's game with an injury. 2nd and 1 from just outside the 15-yard line. Now in the red zone. Handoff. Robinson again trying to push the pile. It's close.
Close to the first down.
It's very close at the 16. It didn't look like he got it, though. It's going to be 3rd and 1. 3rd and a half yard. And now Robinson will go out. Rashawn Brown, the other freshman, will come back in. 3rd and 1 here. Big play. Massive, massive play to try and keep this drive alive. Remember, the Wildcats, if they would attempt a field goal, are kicking into a very strong wind. Rashawn Brown is the running back, snap to Cam. He gives to Brown. He follows his nose tackle, and he's still going and tripped up at the 10-yard line. He almost took that all the way. Oh, man, Rashawn Brown steps up in crunch time. That's a big play. 3rd down conversion.
Yeah,
1st and 10 now.
Smash mouth football.
1st and goal. Ball at the 9. Handoff Brown again. Off the left-hand side. He got 1 touchdown in the Southern game. He's looking for his 2nd one. That time he's bottled up at the 5-yard line. A 5-yard carry. 2nd and goal.
Offensive line is winning the war right now. We're wearing them down. We're not substituting, so they can't substitute.
Shout out David Patazzi, the left guard, who's just been bullying Isaiah Jones off the line. They run the ball again this time, and it's down to the 2-yard line for Brown. 3rd down and goal here. I don't think you're close enough to do the tush push.
4 down territory.
Yeah, they want to kill this game off. 3rd and goal from the 2. Cam in the gun. Brown with his right hip. The offensive line, do they continue to win? Brown, left-hand side, fighting for the goal line. He's in. There is a flag, as I think we're going to get a hold. Travaris Hammond, yeah. There was a big hole off the left-hand side for Rashawn Brown.
79 on the offense. It's a 10-yard penalty. 3rd down.
Goodness gracious, guys.
And now it's 3rd down and goal from the 13. And now you're in, take a shot at the end zone, and if not, go for a field goal here. Penalties, penalties, penalties. For the 2nd week in a row, I can say that penalties has been the biggest thing the Wildcats have done wrong today. Really crucial penalties, a bunch on special teams. That one a penalty that erases a touchdown. 7 penalties, 70 yards for the Wildcats today.
That play could possibly have hurt us.
Yeah, now 3rd and goal from the 13.
They could kick a field goal.
What are we going to call here? 10 seconds on the play clock. They're still floating around with nobody set. 2 receivers each side. Bunched tight to the formation, ball left hash. Cam takes the snap looking. Now pressured, now throwing middle of the field at the 5-yard line. It's caught by Huggins, and he's not even getting anywhere close. He's going to be pushed back to the 8, and that's where he'll be down. And the Wildcats will send the field goal team on to try and make this a 31-14 game with 10:55 to go. That's a win if you're Pine Bluff. And again, it's the penalties for the Wildcats shooting themselves in the foot.
Yeah, we're still playing a little bit of the old Wildcat football with the new Wildcat football. We're reverting back to some things that discipline should take care of.
Juan Dominguez, 5 of 8 on the year, but kicking into a very strong headwind.
Watch the high snap, too.
This will be a 26-yard attempt from the left hash. Snap, hold, kick on the way, and he got it. Juan Dominguez puts 3 more points on the board for the Wildcats. Bethune-Cookman 31.
Timeout.
UAPB 14. We've already had Jade Barquette's women's basketball preview. Now we're going to have the men's basketball preview as we take this time out on the CatEye Radio Network.
There's just 10 days until our men's basketball team tips off their 2025-2026 season. Coach, you ranked preseason #1. Does that add pressure, or does it make things more purposeful for you guys?
I like the word purposeful. I tell our guys we have to be intentional, but it's a little bit of both. It's nice to have the target on our back, especially since when I first got here, we were picked last. Yeah. So in a very short period of time, the program has really turned around, and I'm really proud of our coaches and our players and what we've been able to do.
Athletic director and head coach Reggie Theus stresses the importance of the details, not only on the court, but in the characteristics of the young men that he has on his roster.
This is really about being successful people. Character matters. Your character matters. Attention to detail matters. And if you're going to be a successful person, all those things have to be encompassed in your package. And character is a big one.
Jordan Johnson, Southern's second leading scorer last season, transfers into this Bethune-Cookman team, looking to elevate his game. Coming into a team with a ton of scores on it, how does your game fit into that mold?
You know, I'm a shooter, so I space the floor out for guys like Doc and Kobe that can get to the rim. So, you know, I feel like I could play with anybody. So.
Former Texas Longhorn Arterio Morris describes himself as a jack of all trades. In addition to his scoring ability, he brings a tenacity on defense that's sure to fit in with Coach Theus' system.
I say I'm an all-around player, you know, just I can help win, I can help defend, I can help, you know, rebound. So just being here helps me kind of just dominate on all levels. That's the best thing. I feel already at home. So when I got here, I got adapted quick. You know, my teammates that came, checked on me, helped me move in. So just being here already, it's amazing.
With a mix of high-profile transfers and 2 returning all-SWAC starters, the Wildcats are looking to reach the NCAA tournament for the first time in program history.
Most definitely win a ring, get a ring, win a championship.
You know, you still have to come out, and there's a lot of things that have to happen for us to realize our own dream, and that is to win it all. And the one thing about Wildcat fans, they know how we play. So, you know, I expect them to do their thing, and we'll do our thing on the court. But, you know, our style of play is about ball movement, body movement, playing hard, tough defense, and running. I want to score in the 80s this year if we can.
The men's basketball team is set to tip off their 2025-2026 season at Auburn on November 3rd. Their home opener is set for November 11th at 6 p.m. versus Coastal Georgia here in Moore Gymnasium.
That was Jade Barquette with the men's basketball preview. Going to be an exciting year for the men's basketball team. Obviously picked first in the SWAC. The kickoff by Juan Dominguez goes out the back of the end zone, and it'll be a touchback as here comes Pine Bluff. They're down 31-14, and if UAPB, let's put the shoe on the other foot right now. If you're UAPB, it's got to go, and it's got to go now with 10 minutes left in the game.
Yeah, it's going to be air raid time now.
But yeah, no, men's basketball, it's going to be a fun time. Get yourselves down to Moore Gym all season long.
Coach Steers wants to score in the 80s, he says, so that's going to be run and gun.
Oh, UAPB wants to run and gun right now behind their quarterback, Christian Peters, to bring a man in motion to the right-hand side. They'll pitch to the far side. That's the same play they've run on first down 3 straight drives, and it works pretty well again, getting them 6 yards up to the 32-yard line.
But it was defended the right way because we turned that play in. The cornerback came up to force him to cut back upside, but the linebacker was getting there late. That's how you defend that. You got to cut him off on the outside.
6-yard gain, 2nd down and 4 from the 31. Peters stands in the pocket looking. Now it breaks down. He throws as he was getting hit, and the ball goes out of bounds, and that's an incomplete pass.
Now you see why he has 8 interceptions, because when the pressure comes on, he just gets rid of it.
Yeah, there was that one earlier, right, when he was scrambling around on 1st and 10, and he just
threw
chucked it up.
Yeah. This is the big, huge 3rd down play right here to get off the field.
I said to you in the timeout, I want to see us get an interception, because we haven't gotten one yet today, and Peters leads the league in interceptions with 8.
We got one turnover on the fumble.
One turnover on the fumble, yeah. 3rd down and 4 from the 31-yard line going
Big
right
play.
to left. Jackson Isaac, the big tight end, in motion left to right across the formation.
Bubble screen up top.
Peters looking, throwing, middle wide open at the 42-yard line. Is Jackson Isaac the man that went in motion? That's a 1st down up to the 42. No run after catch because Antoine Watts was right there, but the Wildcats, again, can't get off the field on third down. On 3rd down today, both teams are 5 of 12. Peters throwing deep middle, leaping catch,
no good.
And incomplete. Oh, another drop for UAPB. Kareem Burke
an incomplete pass,
went up and tried to out-jump.
He hurt himself, too.
Yeah, well, I tried to go up and out-jump Naeem Lassiter for that one.
He's a great athlete. Kid out of Jacksonville, Reebok. Went to Florida A&M, and he played well in their offense.
And he had the ball in his hands above his head. He high-pointed that ball well, but he couldn't survive the contact on the ground, and he's shaken up Kareem Burke. He's a really good player. I've mentioned him a couple times, former track star in high school.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to have a little injury timeout as Kareem Burke gets up under his own power and walks to the bench.
You know, one of our big alumnus, Westeen Lodge, you know, her dad is Bob Hayes, former Dallas Cowboy, and she runs the Bob Hayes Relays. So I know she's seen this kid running the Bob Hayes Relays.
And I know Westeen Lodge listens to this program.
Oh, she does.
Every week. And I see her posting on social media about it and interacting with everybody.
Yeah,
so.
She's the daughter of the great Bob Hayes.
2nd and 10 after the incompletion. Arkansas Pine Bluff at their own 42 going right to left. Snap, handoff. Trying to cut back to the right is Jennings. He's got into the open field, into Wildcat territory, an 11-yard gain and a 1st down at the 47-yard line of BCU.
Game's not over.
Check that. That's Daytrell Cooper, the graduate student out of New Orleans, Louisiana, in the game at running back now. Cooper, that was only his 6th carry of the season, the two-sport athlete in high school basketball and football. Now 1st and 10. Pine Bluff going quickly. Play action. Peters looking. One-on-one coverage. Near sideline it is. Incomplete. One-on-one coverage. Jalen Lewis against Chris Hicks Jr. Hicks got inside position on Lewis, and Lewis did just enough to tip it out of his hands to prevent a touchdown.
And he's done what he's taught, to turn around and defend. And he turned at the right time to knock that ball loose.
Yeah, so the ball hit the receiver in his hands perfectly over the shoulder, but as he was trying to secure the ball, Lewis reached around with his right arm and knocked the ball down. They are still trying for that knockout blow. They have one big touchdown pass today. They could have had at least 4 more, UAPB. Now 2nd and 10 from just inside midfield. They're going to hand the ball off to Cooper off the right-hand side. Gets a block. into the pile, about 5 yards on the run to the 42. That'll bring up 3rd and 5. Another chance for the Wildcats to get off the field.
And the clock is running, too. 8 minutes.
6 of 13 on 3rd down for UAPB. The Wildcat defense gives up 48% on 3rd down. That's 9th in the SWAC and 113th in the conference. They bring the blitz. They throw to the far side. It is caught. And the tackle is made. 1-on-1 at the 40-yard line. That's 3 yards short. What a tackle by Antoine Watts. He just stood up Davery Robinson.
He had to make that tackle. It's 4th down now. Watch the curl in the middle.
And now it's 4th down and 3 at the 40. Got to get to the 37. Arkansas Pine Bluff going to roll the dice and go for this. Down 31-14 with 8 minutes to go in the contest.
Huge play.
Huge play. Wildcats haven't turned them over on downs yet.
So what do you dial up on defense, right?
This is the first 4th down attempt of the game for Pine Bluff.
Here comes that bubble screen.
3 receivers left. 1 to the right. Peters backs up, takes the snap, throws. It is batted down at the line of scrimmage and incomplete. For the 3rd time today, the Wildcats match hands and deflect the ball at the point of attack. Timothy Gully gets the pass defense.
Timothy Gully, man, he's out of Arkansas State, so he may know a couple of these kids. He's from Pensacola, Florida, and a couple of these guys out of Little Rock and other places in Arkansas, he probably seen them before.
Oh,
great turnover for the Cats.
That's his 2nd pass defense of the season, Timothy Gully.
Got a big smile on his face, too, coming out. So with 7 minutes to go, the Cats with a 31-14 lead.
The Wildcats have 3 box players with a pass defense today.
That's great.
Stinnett, Gully, and Davis.
That's because you're putting kids in a position for them to play well. We talked about that in our pregame.
So the Wildcats turn Pine Bluff over on downs with 7 minutes and 44 seconds to go at the 40-yard line. Attacking the end zone to listeners' right, 3 receivers to the right,
motion.
And a false start by BCU. We can already tell that that's Mal Malonga over
there.
We
had 2 of them. We had a false start.
Traveris Hammond.
False start. Number 18 on the offense.
Oh, well, they didn't get him.
Yeah. We had
First
one.
down.
We had
That
one.
was the tight end, Morales.
We had one in the offensive line. They didn't even call it.
Yeah.
And they let it go. Then he moved. So
that'll be a 5-yard penalty, 1st and 15. I think what's most important for the Wildcats now is to keep the ball.
Let's keep the ball and run.
You've got a 31-14 lead with 7:43 to go. Neither team has been really able to hold on to the ball. The time of possession is Wildcats 27 minutes, Pine Bluff 24 minutes. Cam, play action, throws underneath. Huggins turns the corner near side of the 40, gets to the 45, and turns out of bounds after a 16-yard gain. That'll set up 2nd and 4. We have not done great in the passing game today. Just 151 receiving yards.
I don't think we've needed to because the running game has been what has been the key here this afternoon. We haven't really needed to pass the football.
6 receptions for Huggins, now 31 yards.
So the receptions, they keep him up there, but the yards won't do him much.
Yeah. 2 by 2 the receivers. Hand the ball off. Marquis Johnson stretching to the left. He turns the corner at the 45, at the 50, far sideline to the 40. He breaks through at the 30, and he's pushed out of bounds near the 25-yard line. How about that first run in 3 weeks for Marquis Johnson?
Yeah, Marquis, the little kid that transferred from Montana State, man. With that Big Sky?
Big Sky.
He was the fastest kid in the Big Sky.
All Big Sky return man.
Mm-hmm.
And now he shows off the wheels. He turned the corner on that left-hand side and just sprinted down the field.
He's from Philly. They call him Philly.
Now the Wildcats in striking distance at the 27-yard line. Cam backs up into the pocket. He'll escape right up the middle, makes a cut at the 25, another one at the 20, stays on his feet, and is tackled at the 19-yard line. That's 9 yards for Cam on a scramble.
Would you like to see another score here? Or just kill that clock?
Well, can I have both?
You can have both.
Call me greedy, but can I have both?
How about that and the victory?
That's the most important thing. The Wildcats, after leading 14-7 at halftime,
take your time and run the clock, guys.
Have outscored Arkansas Pine Bluff 17-7 here in this second half. Cam fakes the jet sweep. He throws now in the flat to Bun Ross at the 20 far side, and he's going to be dragged down from behind, but enough for a first down at the 11-yard line.
Bun got some speed. He's a little kid that he got that ball. The Jets came on.
I mean, he's a 3-star recruit out of DeLand, right?
You
don't get Orlando Sentinel first team and 2-time Iron Man of the Year for nothing.
He had 31 touchdowns in his career. He told me he had so many touchdowns, he don't know what kind of celebration to do. He's had so many touchdowns, he don't even celebrate.
Well, he's only got 2 at the collegiate level, and both of them came against Alabama A&M in the first conference game. I know he'd love to get some more. 1st and 10 from the 11-yard line. Can get a first down inside the 1 here. Wildcats try to kill off a 31-14 lead. They hand the ball off in the middle, and Marquis Johnson gets crushed for no gain. That's a Deron Moore tackle. Moore's been really good today for Arkansas Pine Bluff defensively. He had that tackle for loss. He had the sack on that opening drive of the game, and he's been really good run blocking as well.
He's played D1 football. He went to Duke Quince, but he could have went to Duke, Temple, or Campbell.
I'm sorry. What did you call that school?
Duquesne.
Duquesne.
Well, I said Duke Quince.
You said Duke Quince.
Duquesne. I meant to say Duquesne.
Every one of our listeners from Philadelphia.
I'm sorry, Philly people.
Or from Pittsburgh, excuse me, is cringing right now.
I'm sorry.
2nd down and 10 from the 11-yard line. They hand it off to Johnson again. He cuts it back through the middle, and at the far hash mark is going to be stopped at the 6. So 3rd down and 4. Can get a first down inside the 1, but really you want to put this one in the end zone here. 4.5 to go.
When you asked me about the tush push, why I agreed with it, because on that play you see the offensive lineman push the running back 3 or 4 more yards. That's what I like about the tush push.
Yeah, but that's in the open field, right?
Yeah.
Maybe the rule is you can't assist like inside the hash marks or something. I don't know. There's got to be some way to There's got to be some way to figure it. Maybe I'll come on your podcast one day. We'll talk about it.
We can do that.
3rd down and 4 for the Wildcats. They're at the 6-yard line. Can get a first down inside the 2.
All right, another field goal here.
Last time the Wildcats were down inside the 10, they're going to call a timeout with 3 minutes and 57 seconds to go.
Timeout. Bethune-Cookman. So first charge timeout of the half.
But remember, the last time they were down here inside the 10, Rashawn Brown had a rushing touchdown that was negated by a hold. They ended up kicking a field goal to make it 31-14 when it was 28-14. A touchdown here kills off the game.
They'll give you a 3-score game.
A field goal makes it pretty sure, but the defense still has to play. So the defense is banking on the offense to get into the end zone here, but it is 3rd down and essentially goal from the 6-yard line.
Okay.
After the quick timeout, not a much conversation going on in the huddle. The Wildcats in the gold helmets, black jerseys, white pants with gold numbers.
Okay. Offensive coordinator. Come on, Pimpleton. Let's call it.
I want to see Malik on a drag at the goal line. Let him fall in the end zone.
All right.
We'll see. He's got Josh Evans all the way to the right side numbers in one-on-one coverage against Michael Henderson. 2 receivers to the short side of the field. Snap to Cam. They fake the pitch. Cam up the middle, trying to follow his blockers, and he's down at the 3. Do we go for this here? It's 4th and 1 at the 3-yard line.
Go for it.
We'll see. Juan Dominguez is standing on the field at the 40-yard line. Cam is looking back at the coach, begging him to go for this.
Yeah, they're going for it. Let the clock run.
30 seconds left. 3.5 to go in the game. Wildcats 4th and 1 from the 3-yard line.
Go up on the center and run the tush push.
Well, they did that once already today and got a touchdown early on in the contest. This would well and truly kill off the game. 15 seconds on the play clock.
We're in the shotgun for.
Remember, we were in the shotgun and then ran up into it. In the shotgun, Cam leans in, takes the snap, handoff Marquis Johnson.
Nope.
He didn't get it. He did not get it. In fact, lost a yard back to the 4. The Wildcats stop Arkansas Pine Bluff on 4th down, and then Arkansas Pine Bluff stays in the game by stopping the Wildcats on 4th down. A gutsy play. I think it was the right call to go for it. I don't like the fact that we were in the shotgun on 4th and 1. And why is Scott not in there, right?
Yeah, he's the smallest back, man. They just pulled him down by the shoulder pad.
So now they'll leave 1st and 10 for Arkansas Pine Bluff after the teams trade 4th down stops.
Here they come with the air raid. 3 minutes to go. This is not over.
Wildcats up 31-14, but UAPB needs points, and they need them fast. Wildcats will just try and play prevent defense here. They might give up a lot of yards, but as long as they don't give up touchdowns, that's all we care about.
Arkansas has how many timeouts? 1 left?
They got 1 left, looks like. No, they got 3 left. 3 timeouts left.
Okay.
Peters takes the snap from the 4-yard line. 5 yards deep in the end zone. Throws across the middle, incomplete. Threw it behind his intended receiver. Was looking for the tight end, Isaac, on the drag across the middle. Wildcats were in position. Jalen Lewis was there to deflect that ball away.
They're looking into the Jerry Jones window right now. That sun's coming from the west.
Oh, yeah, it is right in their faces as it sets below the western horizon.
You know, I call it the Jerry Jones window, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
And that's why I think the Wildcats chose to go this direction in the fourth quarter, even though they'd be against the wind, they'd be ahead of the sun. Or facing away from the sun, rather. Second down from the 4. Quick slant over the middle. Oh, a big hit. The catch was made by DeAvery Robinson at the 10-yard line, and he got upended by Lassiter. Now third down and 5 from the 10. Here we go. Wildcats trying to get an important stop and really see this one with 2.5 minutes to go, up 31-14 over UAPB. Looking for their first homecoming win since 2018. The running back, Jennings, goes in motion far side. Quick slant, dropped. He threw it right at Tyree Jinks, the graduate transfer from College of San Francisco, and Jinks dropped it. It was Lassiter in coverage again.
Lassiter got to come out because his helmet came off.
Well,
they're going to punt.
They targeted Lassiter twice in a row.
Yeah, they're going to punt it down this low.
And Lassiter came up with one big play, and then, of course, I don't think you can really credit Lassiter on that one. Jinks, with his first target of the game, just dropped the ball.
Nothing stupid here, guys.
Yeah.
Don't jump.
The last time the Wildcats forced Pine Bluff to punt for their own end zone, they were set up in good field position and then got a holding penalty on the return. Look at where Malik is. Malik Huggins is standing inside the 40-yard line.
It could be faking it.
Standing 5 yards deep in the end zone is the punter, Zach Widener. Widener will take 2 steps, get the kick off, and he's got run into.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
It's a great punt, though. It bounces at the 50,
and he helping
rolls all the way to the 34-yard line. That's a ridiculous punt. Remember earlier in the game when I said Widener had the longest pass or longest punt in all of Division I last week, a 78-yarder? That one was pretty good. That was 64 yards, 66 yards.
So he has a great average. What's his average in the SWAC?
His average is 39.4, which is still pretty good.
Yeah.
So the Wildcats, with 2:15 to go, they'll only run one play before we take one more break for the 2-minute warning. The Wildcats are at their own 34-yard line going left to right. The gold helmets, black jerseys, white pants. UAPB, black helmets, white jerseys, white pants. 2 minutes and 15 seconds away from a homecoming victory for Bethune-Cookman and a 3-1 conference record that would put them second in the Eastern Division. Handoff for Sean Brown. Big ball up the middle. Tripped me. That's Rodriguez. Rodriguez still going before he's finally tripped up past the 50 into Pine Bluff territory at the 46-yard line.
Chino, man, this kid out of Norland High School, I love the way he runs the football. He's only 5'9", 196 pounds. Out of Norland High School, in the shadow of Hard Rock Stadium.
That's the 2-minute timeout. We'll take a break, and then when we come back, we'll take you to the end of this one with the Wildcats in position to win another SWAC game at home. They lead 31-14 at the 2-minute warning here on the CatEye Radio Network and 1380 WELE. Back at Daytona Stadium, it's the 2-minute timeout of the fourth quarter. The Wildcats, it was sloppy, penalty-ridden, ugly football at times, but they have worn down and finally broken the spirit of the Arkansas Pine Bluff Golden Lions. They lead 31-14. They allowed one touchdown in the second half on a broken play, and 2 minutes away from being 4-4 on the year. 4 wins.
What? And 3-1 in the SWAC?
3-1 in the SWAC.
Come on, you
Firmly
got to be joshing me.
second place in the East behind Jackson State.
That's a sign of a growth of a good team. When you're a good team, you can win games when you don't play your A game. You're a good team when you can make plays against their penalties and here we go right here, offense on the field.
And if you take out the D1 games,
oh man,
we're 4-2.
You're right.
Wildcats 1st and 10 inside Pine Bluff territory at the 46-yard line, going left to right. High snap. Cam corrals it. It's a reverse again, and it's going to go backwards for a massive loss all the way to the 44-yard line. They're going to spot the ball at the 48 for. Yeah, now we got to pull out the deep roster sheet because everybody's
That's
in the
kid
game.
from Mainland High School.
Terrell Short Jr. from Miami Central. Yeah.
That's Terrell Short.
Yeah.
He is short.
He was on the end of that end around reverse, and he got tackled for a big loss. Now 2nd down and 14.
Just run it straight ahead.
They will run it straight ahead, and they'll get nothing, I think, because all the offensive line backups are in, too. Rodriguez didn't get anything, and it's 3rd down. And right now.
Timeout, Arkansas.
Yeah, and Pine Bluff still has 3 timeouts here.
Timeout. Arkansas Pine Bluff.
So you could have killed off the game with a couple of first downs, but they didn't end up doing that. Let's quickly go around the SWAC.
It's a 30-second timeout.
As we wait for this timeout, UAPB. It is Southern 14, FAMU 6. Uh-oh. It might be closing time in Tallahassee for Mr. Colsey. If he loses to a 1-win and head coachless Southern Jaguars team, I think Colsey might not get back on the bus.
That's their problem.
14-6 Southern over Florida A&M. That's midway through the second quarter. Alcorn State all over Valley, 32-10. We get Valley next week in the home finale. Alabama A&M 13, Alabama State 56 in the Magic City Classic. That game's in the third quarter, and it's 0-0 in Las Vegas between Jackson State and Grambling State. That game just underway. 3rd down and a country mile to go. They pitch the ball to Rodriguez. He gets to the 50, to the 48 of Pine Bluff, and that'll be it. And that'll force Pine Bluff to call their second timeout.
Arkansas Pine Bluff.
Let's go back over the SWAC.
Second charge timeout.
The SWAC a minute.
Another half.
Go ahead.
Alabama State 56 over Alabama A&M, right?
Yep.
And they beat us. But if we run out, we can win the East Division even by beating Jackson State and finishing the.
No, it gets into the weeds, right? Because if us and Jackson and Alabama State all finish with the same record, then it goes to head-to-head, but we beat Jackson, Jackson beat them, and they beat us.
We had a tougher schedule. We played a tougher schedule.
It doesn't matter. It would then go to point differential, and Alabama State kind of has that.
Yeah, they do. And they are playing great
we
football.
really need Alabama State to slip up and lose a game, but the rest of their schedule is not very good. The only other SWAC team playing today that we haven't covered is Prairie View A&M. They're at their homecoming in Houston. They're up 38-0 over Lincoln, California, one of those non-NCAA schools. As we were talking, Florida A&M just got a touchdown to make it 14-13. So it's still anybody's game there.
Okay.
So the Wildcats will punt. Here's Max Tulin trying to pin Arkansas Pine Bluff deep. Kareem Burke is back to receive the punt. Good to see him back on the field after wobbling off injured earlier in this fourth quarter. There's already been one block today. Tulin almost got it blocked a second time. There is a flag flying down. The ball bounces at the 10-yard line. It goes back to the 20-yard line, takes a Pine Bluff bounce before it's downed by Jordan Johnson.
Could it be roughing or running?
Well, this is the quandary we had 2 weeks ago, right? Because if it's running into the kicker.
First down. He's saying a first down.
If it's running into the kicker, then it's only 5 yards and it's 4th down again. If it's roughing the kicker, it's 15 yards and an automatic first down. At that point, the game is over.
Let's see what the official. He's talking to them. Let's see what
Because
they
Max Tulin was definitely run into.
This is against us.
Run into the kicker. It's a
5
5-yard penalty. Still fourth down.
Yeah.
Okay,
So we're going to kick it again. Or we could decline it and just give the ball to them with a minute and 2 seconds left.
I'll kick it again. Just to kill some time on that clock. It's a minute and 2 seconds.
No, we're going to decline. They declined the penalty.
Okay.
So they'll just have the ball at the 20-yard line. Wasn't a great punt by Tulin. Again, he was hit as he kicked the ball.
We got all subs in, too, on defense.
Yep. Everybody's out on defense for the Wildcats. I mean, I still see Antoine Watts, but I see
he wants to
Gabe.
decline it.
You know, that's what we knew because they're not punting it again. Thank you, Mr. Referee. I see Gabe White out there. Nick Rawls is out there. Matthew McKenzie is out there for the Wildcats.
Isaiah Washburn.
Yep. On the D-line, we've got guys like Dairo Melendez I see out there as well. So all backups on the field for the Wildcats playing out this last 1 minute and 2 seconds. 3 receivers, right, single left. First down from the 20-yard line. Pine Bluff going right to left. Peters steps up and runs through the pocket. Got smashed at the 24-yard line. Picked up 5 on the play, but took a shot, too.
Jalen Lewis, man, he's been a headhunter all afternoon. Why not finish the game that way?
And he's been great on special teams, too. He has 2 sacks. Really nice game by Jalen Lewis. Coming up after the end of the game, it'll be a quick post-game on 1380 WELE if you want to hear our full post-game breakdown as Peters escapes the pocket to his left, looking, throwing. It's caught past the 40-yard line. A big hit by Gabe White. The receiver, Isaac, stays on his feet. First down, Pine Bluff, past the 40 to the 42. There's 26 seconds left. But if you want to hear our full statistical breakdown of the game, as UAPB used their final timeout.
It's the final charge timeout of the half.
You'll stay with us here on youtube.com/CatEye Network, and that'll be where you can see our post-game analysis and all the statistical breakdown and everything. As the Wildcat crowd got treated not to a dominant performance, but to a winning performance. And the mark of a good team, or one of the marks of a good team, is the ability to win when you don't play well. We certainly did not play well today, but the only thing that matters is the score is stand 31-14 Wildcats win.
How many games have we played well the last 2 years, well enough to win, and we lost?
A lot.
Now you see this team turn the corner. You don't play your high-speed game, but you still get 31 points, but you kind of played down to your opponent this afternoon. Plus it's homecoming, the big crowd. Cats still found a way to do it.
This will be the lowest point total the Wildcats have against non-D1 opposition this season. 31 points. That means Pine Bluff came to play today, taking nothing away from him. Final play of the game, Peters rolls the pocket to his right, still looking down the field, got to pitch it incomplete. Underthrown for Chris Hicks on the far sideline. 19 seconds left to go. Wildcats, I think, had 8 guys deep on that play, just trying not to prevent a long touchdown.
3-man rush. You got
Washburn
rushing.
Even Washburn kind of backed up towards the end of that play.
Washburn and Dario Melendez.
All the guys that don't usually get to play. I'm talking about guys like Jaheim Guillaume, number 83. He's out there. From the 42, 19 seconds left. Peters going to roll left. He's being chased. He throws it deep down the field. It is incomplete. Well overthrown. Looking for Jordan Jackson, the junior transfer from Arkansas Tech. I love looking up, and we got an injured Pine Bluff player with 12 seconds left. I love looking up fun lower division mascots.
So what's their mascot? Arkansas Tech.
The Wonder Boys of Arkansas Tech, and you know, of course, you can't call your women's teams that. The women's teams are the Golden Suns. The Wonder Boys and Golden Suns of Arkansas Tech. But my favorite mascot in Arkansas College athletics is the University of Arkansas at Monticello.
What are they? No, don't make me laugh on the camera.
I'm gonna get at least one guess out of you.
Okay, say it again. The
University of Arkansas at Monticello.
The Chandeliers.
The Chanticleers is not a bad guess. It is the Boll Weevils.
The Boll Weevils.
And Monticello is right near Pine Bluff. They're just down the street from each other.
But I remember back in the day when we played FIU, they were the Sun Blazers. FIU were the Sun Blazers.
I kind of wish they kept
before
that.
they changed over to the Panthers.
Well, they were the Golden Panthers for about
Golden
20
Panthers,
years.
but they were the Sun Blazers first.
And now they're just the
FIU.
Panthers. Now I kind of wish they kept that. That's a
Google that
cool,
one.
unique
FIU
nickname, the
Sun Blazers.
Blazers.
I remember I was named the SID, and we played them in a basketball tournament, and they had a young lady, I never forget her name. She scored 44 points on the Cats. Pat Ferrazola was her name. Because I called that name all afternoon. Sun Blazers, Pat Ferrazola.
Yeah.
Now that's a name.
Yeah.
Even the Sun Blazers were UAB.
12 seconds to go. It's 3rd and 10 for Arkansas. Pine Bluff just past their own 40. Wildcats with a 31-14 lead, trying to maintain it. Rolling out is Peters, looking deep. Washburn chasing him. He gets the pass away into traffic and incomplete. It was a car crash between 4 players, 2 Wildcats and 2 Lions. In the end, Antoine Watts got his hand to it and just deflected it away instead of picking it off. It's going to be 4th down with 3 seconds left.
And another car crash is coming up because there's 3 seconds on the clock.
1 play left for Pine Bluff to try and make something out of this game. They're going to go home and drop to 3-5 overall, 1-3 in the SWAC.
Cam just dumped the Gatorade on Woody.
On Woody. Not a vintage performance for the Wildcats today.
Now they just dumped it on Woody. The other one missed.
They had to do it twice. Here's the last play of the game. Christian Peters escapes the pocket to his right, being chased, looking, throwing, short, caught, big hit far sideline. That'll end the ball game. This one belongs to the maroon and gold on a big hit by Matthew McKenzie, and the Wildcats win 31-14. They improve to 4-4 on the season, 3-1 in the conference. They sit 2nd place in the East. They've won on homecoming for the first time since 2018. They are 4 wins in a season for the first time since 2019. We back, as you like to say.
Well, we're back because of this. Woody has built this program from the ground up. You know, our APR was down. He got rid of some players. Then the NCAA levies down. You know, we cut the roster. Now we have the right kind of people in the right places. Coach Pimpleton taking over the offense. I think that's been the biggest upgrade in this team. Seeing us score over 30 points a game, seeing the defense turn the corner after we got gassed against Alabama A&M, seeing these young kids grow up and win a game when you're not playing their A game. I like what I see at Bethune-Cookman University.
There's more Gatorade down there.
You can look at the crowd that was here this afternoon. It had to be over 7,000, 8,000, 9,000 people here today. Look at the crowd for homecoming. We're leaving happy for the first time in 7 years, a homecoming victory.
Once again, your final score, Bethune-Cookman Wildcats 31, Arkansas Pine Bluff Golden Lions 14.
You got Daytona Police with one of their players, stopping one of their players.
If you're listening to us on 1380 WELE The Cat on local radio, thank you so much for listening. If you want to follow our post-game coverage, go to youtube.com/CatEye Network. We'll see you next week for football against Mississippi Valley State. So, Daryl, now let's talk statistical breakdown, because I know you want to know.
Yeah.
Because it's a very interesting statistical breakdown. Wildcats rushing the ball, 53 carries, 247 yards. Somehow, we had more rushing yards today than we did against Southern.
Yeah, what?
Yeah, because we had 227 against Southern and 247 today.
I think we got a little spoiled seeing the big plays. You know, the first couple of games we throwing the deep passes for the touchdown. But I think our offensive rhythm was the running game. Our running game is the strongest part of our game. Even though we got receivers who rank high in the SWAC, I think the offensive line and our young running backs helped win this football game today with that yardage. We didn't have the passing yards.
Yep.
We didn't have the explosive plays. The O-line and the young running backs were the difference.
So after Cam against Southern threw the most pass attempts that he has had as a Wildcat, he only throws 20 today, completes 13 of 20 for 170 yards, didn't get a touchdown through the air. All the touchdowns we had were on the ground. But so it's about finding a way to win the game. And what did we talk about at the start? Arkansas Pine Bluff, one of the worst teams in the country at defending the run. They started well. They contained us in the first half, under 3 yards a carry at times. Then we made the switch, brought in Ollie Scott Jr., gave them a different look, and eventually wore down that defensive front to the point where we could just dominate the second half.
What I like is we didn't abandon ourselves from the running game when we couldn't run the football. We just chipped away at it because we began to pound and pound and pound. The unheralded guys down in the offensive line, I got to give those guys a cup of tea, man, because they kept at it. And we rushed for what, 200 and what?
247 yards.
247. We had 251 a couple weeks ago against Alabama State.
Yep.
So the running game is the key right now, the balance part of our game. The passing game is there. Cam was off passing today. Our receivers, Malik, got a little nicking too. But Bon caught the ball well. Even Jenkins made some great plays. It was the offensive line in a running game today.
For Arkansas Pine Bluff, 25 carries, 112 yards, 4.5 yards per carry. Christian Peters was 20 of 41. They threw the ball 41 times and completed 49% of his passes for 185 yards and 1 touchdown. Penalties, the big one. Wildcats, 8 penalties, 75 yards.
Coach is going to have to clean that up, and we're going to talk to him about that in the post game. We'll talk to him about that, and I hope they bring Sparrow up because I want to hear what he had to say because he was the key on defense.
Only 4 penalties for 30 yards. A very disciplined day for Arkansas Pine Bluff. Time of possession, Wildcats 33 minutes, 44 seconds. They did increase their time of possession from 32 minutes on average, so they ended up with a lot of time of possession towards the end of the game. But again, it didn't really start well in the first half. And that first half, they were only up by 7 at halftime. Pine Bluff tied it coming into the second half, and then the Wildcats raced away.
Hail Wildcats.
What was that?
That's Dr. Mosley.
Oh, okay. Hey, but you know what, though? The last couple of years, we had our head down from games like this. It's good to see us turn the corner. This program is still improving. We're at 4 and 8 in 8 games. We're at 500, and we're 3-1 in the SWAC, and we're still in the race.
Some individual numbers for you. First for Arkansas Pine Bluff Peters, 20 of 41, 48.8% for 185 yards and 1 touchdown. That long of 34 was that touchdown. 2 yards. He was sacked 2 times. For the receiving game for Arkansas Pine Bluff, Stewart was their top receiver, 4 for 56. Robinson had 5 for 44 and that 34-yard touchdown. Burke, 4 for 27. Cooper, 2 for 26. Jennings, 2 for 16. Isaac, 1 for 11. And Hicks, 2 for 5. Rushing the ball, Jennings, 11 carries, 42 yards, 3.7 yards a carry and a touchdown. Peters, 9 carries, 55 yards, gained by a net of 34 with those 2 sacks, 3.8 yards per carry for him. The Wildcats showed some weakness against the dual-threat quarterback. We didn't contain him really well when he would slip out of the pocket. We would force him to scramble on pretty much every play, but then we wouldn't be able to finish off those sacks.
We saw the same thing with Andrew Body up in Montgomery, but I think we did fare well once we changed the defense a little bit and started to attack, the gaps and keep him from trying to scramble. But those dual threat quarterbacks, man, those guys are tough once you get the pass rush going and let them slip out of containment.
For UAPB on defense, Hilliard, who we didn't even really mention, had a quiet game. He's their leading tackler coming into the season, 41 tackles, the Hazelhurst, Mississippi native. He had 10 tackles today and 2 tackles for loss. Cole had 8, Moore had 8. Green and Sterling had 7. Tackles for loss, the Gold Lions had 5 tackles for loss. Hilliard, Moore, Highland, Cagle, and Crawford each had 1. And sacks, 1.5 for Hilliard, half a sack for Green. Only 1 pass defense in the entire game for Arkansas Pine. Of course, the Wildcats didn't really throw the ball that much. And for Bethune-Cookman, on offense, Cam Ransom, 13 of 20, 65% completion, just 170 yards with a 53-yard long. That was that reverse flea flicker nonsense that he completed downfield to Josh Evans. He also took 2 sacks. I think Cam tried to do too much today, and then he settled in late in the game, but in the first half especially, he tried to do too much.
He wants to be Superman. He is Superman. He wants to be Superman, but sometimes it's not his call because I kept saying, let's go to the Timmy package. And then we went to the Timmy package with the shorter passes, and that made Cam play more within the game and not try to make the long passes and the big hero plays.
Because they were bringing the blitz pretty much all game long, right? And if they're doing that, you got to go to the short passes. You got to go to your check downs. You can't wait for those deep routes to come open, and he got caught by that a couple times.
Absolutely.
For the Wildcats in the receiving game, Josh Evans is our leading receiver. 1 catch, 53 yards.
Wow. Josh got an opportunity for homecoming.
Javon Ross
made a big play out of it.
Javon Ross, 4 catches, 44 yards. Malik Huggins, 5 for 32. Averaged just 6.4 yards a catch, Malik Huggins. Morales, 1 for 25. Jenkins, 1 for 10. Shaw, 1 for 6. And here's where it gets crazy for the Wildcats, who had 4 rushing touchdowns today. Kamani Robinson comes back after sitting out 2 weeks with an injury with 9 carries, 62 yards, averaging 6.9 yards per carry and a touchdown. Rashawn Brown, 11 carries, 50 yards. Ali Scott Jr., 8 carries, 44 yards, averaging 5.3 yards per carry and a touchdown. Cam Ransom had 2 touchdowns on 13 carries, 28 yards net, just 2.2 yards a carry. His two touchdown runs were both from inside the 3-yard line. And he was smart, right? They did the tush push jump over first, and then the second time they were down there, they faked it, and then he went end around and walked into the end zone with a nice little wrinkle.
I think our coaching staff, you got to give them some credit because we're making in-game adjustments. And that's what we saw. We were saying, coach is going to go in at halftime, and we want to hear what he's saying. They didn't wait to halftime. They made the adjustments in the middle of the second quarter, and that adjustment carried us to a two-score lead, and Arkansas Pine Bluff was chasing the rest of the game.
So what was that adjustment for those listeners who missed the first part of the game?
The adjustment was to bring in a bigger back, run the football, and not throw the deep passes, not throw the long bomb. You want to throw the short passes and nickel and dime, and we wore them down with Ali. Ali softened up the defense for all the other running backs.
See, I think Ali Scott Jr. should have gotten more of the ball. Only 8 carries, 44 yards, and most of that was on that 1 touchdown drive where he went maybe 30 yards on a couple carries and eventually got into the end zone. So you could break this down a couple of different ways, and I'm sure we'll look at it in the post game today with Coach in the interview, and then on the podcast this week. I'm sure we'll talk about it, but the end-all, be-all is the Wildcats win 31-14 over UAPB. Defensively for the Wildcats, Steven Sparrow was all over the place. 9 tackles, 1 tackle for loss. 6 tackles for Naeem Lassiter with a tackle for loss as well. Antoine Watts had 5 tackles. Stinnett, Lewis, and McKenzie each had 4. Jalen Lewis had 2 sacks on linebacker blitzes. Those really changed the game because those were when Arkansas Pine Bluff still had agency. One of them when we were tied. One of them when we were down, when we were just up by 7. Both of them forced turnovers, and that's really let the Wildcats break that open late in the second quarter.
I said in my pregame that you want to put these guys in position to make the plays. We got some undersized guys, but if you give them an opportunity to blitz in a gap or go into a loop or come off the end, that's when we saw them make plays. We got guys that can't go head-to-head with University of Miami or head-to-head with the big guys, but you put them in a position where their strength is their strength, and we saw it this afternoon.
The Wildcats didn't have an interception today. A little bit disappointing when you're playing a quarterback with 8 interceptions thrown on the year, but they had 8, count them, 8 pass deflections. Harris with 3, Watts, Greaves, Stinnett, Gully, and Davis each with 1. And the fact that Greaves, Stinnett, and Gully, 3 box players, got pass deflections really speaks to how they were getting after the quarterback.
That's because you put them in the gap and let them come around, and then we in the passing lane knocking the ball down. Those kids, in the early year, we had them down linemen, hand in the dirt, just playing straight ahead. That was not working. We were getting gashed. But when you allow them to get into their patterns, that's when you saw them bat those balls down.
Daryl, it's a good day to be a Wildcat.
Wow, we're 4-4.
It's a good day to be a Wildcat. The
Absolutely.
Wildcats are 3-1 in the SWAC. They win on homecoming for the first time in 7 years. They win 31-14 over Arkansas Pine Bluff and remain undefeated all time against Arkansas Pine Bluff 3-0. Your final thoughts on a gorgeous homecoming day at Daytona Stadium.
I love the pageantry. I love the Bethune-Cookman vibe. I love what's happening with our new president. I love what's happening with our athletic department. You got the volleyball team balling out. You got the football team balling out. The band is balling out. And you got 9,000 Wildcat fans in the house, people leaving happy. Just the party is ain't gonna stop.
Yeah, and guess what? We're going to be here for a long time.
We're going to be here. We're going to be here. We'll be
We're
here a
going to
while.
have to wait.
Look at
till
that traffic out there.
crowds
I got something to eat down here, and I'm gonna chill out, and I'm gonna watch a little a little college football on the tube, and I'll answer some phone calls. So, folks, thank you for watching on the booth cam. This thing is popular. Michael Turillo, Daryl Natil, we did our thing today.
For Daryl Natil and our entire Wildcat crew, shout out to Sabrina Petit-Home for the pregame show as well. My name is Michael Turillo. We'll be back with you next Saturday at 3 p.m. Eastern as the Wildcats have senior day against Mississippi Valley State. But it's always a good day to be a Wildcat.
Hail Wildcats.
Hail Wildcats. And we'll see you next week.